In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. You know, I really should have moved the mic today. I should have been more prepared. Get out of here. Hold on. Oh, how does that work? There we go. Welcome to the show. It's Steel Toe. It's a solo show. I never, unless I missed it or unless it's somewhere in my inbox and I didn't see it. I didn't hear back from Adonis Paul about doing today's show. Would have been fun, but I also saw that he's suspended from Twitter. So there was that's how I used to get a hold of him. So, oh well. We're going to do it old school today. We're going to go solo. We got a bunch of stories to do. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about. And, of course, we're going to hang out with you guys in the chat. We got our board updated. Sid Saraf with 270 in first place. Hirohito Diff with 140 in second place. And Victor in third with 100 in third place. First place gets a VIP package this week. I'm sorry. Second place gets $50 to Midland Armory, and third place gets a hoodie. So not a bad deal. And then also we updated the saying on the bottom, can Aaron fly solo? That's a cute little, it's an homage, if you will. It's a fun little homage. Welcome to the show. Hit like, hit subscribe. Throw us a couple of bucks. Oh my God, $3.40 is the number for today. The evening show. Sam and Sid teamed up to go $10 over for last night. And a bunch of other people chipped in a little bit, which was very nice as well. So, teamwork makes the dream work, as they say. Throw in a couple of bucks. We'll knock that part out. And this is our last double show of the week. Ryan the Garbage Man says, you spelled Wednesday wrong again. No, I didn't. I'm not even going to look because I know I didn't. Oh, by the way, I still have the Geno thing in there. I'm sorry, guys. Here we go. I got to unplug my mouse or something. It keeps double-clicking on me. I click once, it clicks double. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you for being so generous. Oop, that's too many letters. How about just thank you? There we go. And we're good. Who gets, where's the crippled? He's one of the favorites. Johnny can't do the show. Well, Johnny could do he could have done the show for a little bit today, but you know what? I wanted to flex that muscle a little. That's all. I wanted to, sometimes I like to, I don't like to let the solo show muscle atrophy, so I like to do 4 hours by myself. I am noticing that my voice is kind of going. That's not good. I don't want to lose my voice. Oh man, did I have a busy day yesterday? I'm like a normal person now. It's weird. I mowed the lawn. I took my dog to get his nails clipped. I bought him some treats. I did some cooking. Did some of the old therapy yesterday, which I enjoy. It's good to learn about yourself. Paul Diab says flexing the muscle gets you a divorce. Wait, what? Why didn't you tell me? Who didn't inform me of this? God damn it. You didn't make me look, Ryan the Garbage Man. I'm not looking. I know I spelled Wednesday right. It's second nature. Trucker 18 Wheeler says therapy is gay. I don't know. I find it helpful. The group I'm going to and the therapy, both working wonders. In my opinion. I don't think I would be handling this publicly as well as I am if it weren't for those two things. I think if I didn't have those two things, I would be very much the scorched earth type, the get after it type, the let's make some some shit happen, let's mix it up. I don't feel the need to do that. I don't feel the need to fight and be hostile and angry and all of this shit. I'm very excited for what the future holds. I know that my recent past has not been awesome, so I'm very excited for a change of pace, if you will. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says, did you cry in therapy? Be honest. Oh, dude, I'm a bitch. Yes, of course. Yes. Absolutely. Ooh, let's see. Wait a minute. Oh, I got some very interesting news. Ooh, I got some interesting news about a former friend of the show. Who might not be a former friend anymore. This is very exciting. Here we go. Number to call, question mark. I don't know if the number's still valid anymore. That's fun. No, let's talk about this for a minute. This is fascinating. Am I turning into old Howard now where I talk about therapy and shit? Did you cry in therapy? Be honest. Of course. Of course. This is a very sad thing I'm going through. And again, I don't want to say it's not sad for anyone else, but I'm not going to speak about anyone else. I'm not going to talk about anyone else. I'm going to talk about me. Because you learn two things. You learn what you did wrong. Well, I knew what I did wrong. But you find out why, and you also find out what you didn't do wrong. You throw a lot of stuff out there where you're like, I did this, and they're like, yeah, this, and this is not good. But this is okay. So you learn some stuff. I'm the kind of guy who's very hard on himself. And I know people who don't like this show are going to go, yeah, it's not what I see on the show. Yeah, we're performing on the show. I know that you're used to gay podcasters who just live their life totally the way it is on the show. I'm an old school radio guy. I'm performing. This is a performance that I'm putting on. I'm not like this as a regular everyday human being. I want to entertain people. I want to put on a show that they want to, be excited about. But I find it extremely helpful. I think I think most people would benefit from it, But do you cry in therapy? Yes, of course. If you got shit to cry about, I wouldn't say cry. I'm not in there but you get choked up talking about certain things. Like when you have to go back, you get choked up about stuff. And it helps so much for the future. For the way I deal with people now after a month and a half is so much different. And I used to be the kind of person who would bite on everything. Every time someone would say something to kind of bait me into a dramatic conversation, I'd take it. Because I have this guilty nature where if someone says, if I have a problem with someone And I vocalize it. I'm like, it made me feel this way, blah, 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 for example. And then, they'll try to, people will try to guilt you. They'll say like, well, I'm sorry I failed you, or I'm sorry this, blah, blah, blah. And then they'll be like, no, I don't want you to feel, I'm the kind of person where if you say that to me, that's like a trigger thing where I go, no, I don't want you to feel bad. I'm just telling you how I feel, blah, blah, blah. And then they'll talk you off feeling that way by making you feel guilty. And now what I've learned is that in those moments where you're kind of asserting the way you feel, if someone goes, well, I'm sorry I failed you, it's okay to go, well, yeah, I guess you did. And like that's been a huge thing that I've gained from it, is my ability to just tell people like, yeah, okay, cool, and then move on to the next thing. I used to get bogged down all the time in like arguments, fights with people, because there would be that kind of guilt thing, and then I'd chase that. Now I can just kind of go, well, yeah, I guess you did. Boom, done. But yeah, no, I find it very advantageous. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, you've said before, therapy is a waste of time. I was wrong. Chive Turkey says, I hate admitting it, but I also just started therapy. I don't think that you should like give away specifics. I think it's kind of like an Al-Anon or AA thing where you can talk about, you're going to stuff and whatever, and it's fun. But I don't, don't get too specific. Keep shit for you, I would say. Talk about what you've learned, absolutely, but like the stuff the literal stuff you've talked about, I would say keep that to yourself, but yeah, people do it their own way. Tony says, people say that therapy is gay or dumb are honestly pathetic. Dark humor helps, but so does talking to professionals. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Let's go. I need to get to, I lost my chat again. Son of a bitch. We'll get there. We got some people writing some good things. Tin Man Taylor says, save the scorched earth for when the paperwork is signed. No. I don't feel the need to. Like, I don't feel the need to attack anybody. I have feelings towards people. I have my own view. And other people have their own view. And that's what breakups and divorces are. They're two people who saw things a certain way, and those things don't jive anymore. And it'll drive you nuts if you try to force that together. That's all. Mojo Buffalo says, do you think you're a narcissist? No, I do believe that I was and this is not a commentary on my marriage. I do believe I was gaslit into believing I was one. I do. But I was almost laughed out of the office when I tried to bring that part up. And then I think 2 or 3 meetings in, they were like, yeah, no, absolutely not. They go, you're a bit of a sensitive bitch. They didn't literally say that, but they go, no, it's not it. Phantom X says, Aaron going to get kicked out of the church for sleeping with the women there. For real, no cap. The church I went to on Sunday? Nah, I'm not going to dip my pen in the what do they call it? The congregational ink, if you will. Well, I guess never say never. Nick the Milkman with $5 says, therapy is good, from the guy who used to relentlessly shit on therapy. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, got to humble yourself, right? Sometimes when you're wrong, you got to humble yourself instead of fighting it. Los Federales says, should we rebrand Picking Up the Pieces Morning Show? No, I feel like the pieces have been picked up well. I really do. I think the show is the way it should have always been. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I will regret putting my partner on the air forever. You know what's funny is when I got in that fight with my parents about, getting engaged and all that, one of the things they said was, they said, once you put your spouse on the show, it'll be all over. That's before I started fighting with my parents. My mother said, once I see her on the show, I'll know it's over. And that was before we even got married. That was fascinating to me, because that was well before. I think I was still on the radio back then. And boy, did that turn out to be prophetic. I'll say this, I will never work with a partner again. I want a partner with their own pursuits, their own passions, their own career, their own thing. There are people who have written to me and they've said, I worked with my spouse and it tore us apart. I've heard from one person who said, I've been working with my spouse for 15 years. It's good. I envy, I admire, I am so impressed by the people who can do that. That's amazing to me because I wouldn't recommend it. Jeff Jordan says, it's time for you to go on an ayahuasca retreat. No. Jesse Kling says, Carl did a special emergency episode last night on Steel Toe. He claims the divorce is a work. Yeah, Carl's Carney act has really disappointed me. I'll be honest. I don't care enough for it to bother me. But, like, Carl was one of those rare, honest internet dudes where, like, we would text, we would talk on the phone, and, like, he would be, like, an honest dude. Like, your show is great. You do an awesome show. In fact, he said about Patrick Melton one time, he said, I think people go after you because you do such a good job. You do such a good show. And so it's really weird to watch him now, like, suck his dick to try to sell tickets in Vegas. I think that's really sad because Carl doesn't need that. And I don't know, for like a guy, did I consider Carl a friend? Internet acquaintance. But I talk to him on the phone. I, text back and forth. So kind of friends. To see a friend-ish person do something like that, it doesn't surprise me anymore. I think 2 years ago, it would have really pissed me off. 2 years ago, I would have been really annoyed by, Carl saying really dumb shit like that. But now I don't really expect anything from the internet. It's like the Mersh thing. People are like, oh, Mersh shit on you again last night. I'm all Mersh has got. Like the Steel Toe thing was a big coup for him. Johnny crying, then I don't know if Mersh has really been big on the divorce thing. I don't know if he really cares about that. But the Johnny thing and all that was big for him. And then he could kind of use the Steel Toe thing. Mersh and I were never pals. Like, we were acquaintances. I liked his show. He liked ours. We shit on each other back and forth out of fun. So he sees it as something he can use. God bless him. I can't imagine going over Carl's emergency show or an episode of Nightwave and picking out, like, oh, yeah, here's where he said this. Here's where he said that. Who has the time, right? But as far as Carl doing an emergency episode, first of all, emergency episodes are so gay. It makes you sound like you're 9. It really sounds like you're in your clubhouse with no girls allowed and you're doing the Little Rascals thing and you're like, we're having an emergency meeting. Those are fucking gay. It's such a dumb gimmick, and I mean this with all due respect, that whole Dabbleverse crowd is so fucking stupid and gullible. Like, the people who are into that shit are so stupid that they see emergency episode and they go, oh, this must be important. So it works. It works for the crowd they work with. Put it that way. But yeah, that's him claiming it's a work is, yeah, that's shitty. Especially since I've gone to such length to only mention myself and not talk about anything else that's not cool. Ryan the Garbage Man says, did you seek therapy after your last marriage? Yeah, but I only went to one, and I wasn't mature enough. I went there, and I went, this guy's just telling me what I want to hear. And then I realized I was just telling him what I wanted him to hear. So I would say that I didn't give it an honest shot after my first one. Probably should have. Because I think the relationship after my first marriage was the healthiest relationship I've ever been in. And I fucked that up big time. The one right after my first marriage was the most adult, the most grown up, put together, got your shit together relationship with like an honest, like brutally honest person I've ever been in. And there's a good chance that if I had gone to therapy after my first marriage ended, that relationship might have worked out. I do. Did I say marriage? I meant relationship. I think I said relationship. Do you guys enjoy doing this? Because I'm just going through your comments right now, catching up with the chat, doing that. You want to throw us a couple bucks? I appreciate it as we open a vein. You guys like Open a Vein Wednesday? Does that sound good? 340, by the way, is the number for today. Mojo Buffalo said, you've said many times, what you see is what you get. Now you're playing a part on the show. I mean, I'm entertaining people. Yes, it's like, you turn it up for people. I'm a turned up version of myself. But I don't let you in on the gritty details of every single moment of my personal life. No. I might in the future, but as it's happening, no, I've got a lot of shit that's mine that I might tell you about someday. There's a lot of shit that I've done. I mean, I've alluded to it in the last couple of days. There's a lot of shit I've done I'll never tell you guys about. Well, you know what? Never say never. But there's a lot of shit, like I've said, especially as a father of 3, I'm not proud of. And it's not, yeah. Let's just put it that way. There's a lot of shit that I'm not proud of. That, you know what? I'm going to use the word ashamed. There's some things I'm ashamed of. Having a hard on for yourself is narcissism, bro, says Adam. No, hard on myself, not hard on for myself. Don Lemon Zaid says, didn't you just shit all over therapy for the last 5 years? Yeah. I just said I was wrong. Jay Warren says, Jay Warren giving me the Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting. Hey, Aaron, it's not your fault. I know. It's not your fault. I know. Can we pull up that clip, please, so that people know what Jay Warren... If you haven't seen this clip from Good Will Hunting, that is... Jay Warren is imagining... Jay Warren is imagining this is me in therapy. Here we go. Here we go. Let's skip around. Why is YouTube being so gay lately?
20 years of counseling. Yeah, I've seen some pretty awful shit.
I don't know why YouTube is being so slow and shitty the last couple days. It's been really fucking obnoxious.
My father was an alcoholic. Interesting nights for when he wore his rings.
Just fuck him. That's why.
Oof.
Fear of abandonment.
We'll skip
I
around.
don't know a lot. You see this?
Yeah?
Holy shit. This is not your fault.
Jay, is this how you imagine my therapy sessions?
Look at me, son. It's not your fault.
I know.
So I'm Matt Damon in this case.
It's not your fault.
I'm an attractive kid.
I know.
No, you don't. It's not your fault.
Don't fuck with me, Sean. Not you too.
I know. It's not your fault.
All right.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Don't fuck with me.
This is
not
Jay
your
Warren's
fault.
idea of my
Don't
experience.
fuck with me, all right? Don't fuck with me, Sean. Not you.
It's not your fault.
Oh no. Oh, he's losing it.
It's not your fault.
Just have to have a good cry, that's all. I have to joke about this scene because it really does. This scene does choke me up. I love this fucking movie. Looks like Robin Williams getting a bit of a boner in this scene. Is that what we thought it was? Cambodian River Pig says, I feel like therapy is trying to shut down your ambition and drive. No, not at all. If anything, it's kind of helped me refocus. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I feel like it's really making me sharper. Sad to hear about the divorce, says Budapest. Not sad that I don't have to hear about how you're a sex god every other day. You know, I will say that about the show. This sex shit was a bit much. I mean, we get it. We fuck. You know, and shit. There's a lot of things about the ending of that era of the last parts of that era of the show that I'm not. We move on. We do better. Cocktiff says, my dad would say, get on with your life, pussy. Yeah, that generation really handled trauma well. Spiderbite says, Aaron, it's important that you give away specifics to your therapist. Well, yeah, guys, I give away specifics to them, not to you. Is that okay? Lampshady says, been in therapy since I was a teen. Can't imagine where I would be if I didn't have that. And Balls Deep just says, beta. Oh, man. Chelino says, Thursday live therapy show. No, Kiki's on Thursday. How many of you motherfuckers can afford therapy in this economy? God damn, says Phantom X. Tony says, I respected the way you handled your first divorce, at least publicly, and you seem to be doing the same this time around. What does it pay for me to bash anyone? Well, it just makes me look bitter, and it also makes me look like I can't own the shit I've done. So I've been talking about me. That's it. Maybe someday down the road, we'll paint the full picture when it's a funny story that we can look back on and laugh. But as for right now, I'll talk about me. Jeezy's Tall says behavioral therapists are very helpful without becoming a years-long money drain. Rostog's Broken Spirit says you should have Unique on to get his take on you crying in therapy. All right. No way your mom watches the show, says Skeezy. No, that's not what I meant. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, why are people so resistant to evolving as people? Therapy is great. This is just like the time I said honey mustard couldn't work on a hot ham sandwich, but Denise did it, and bam, it's delicious. See, it works at Wawa. Ozone says, Aaron, you're seeming completely indifferent to divorcing your wife of several years is not narcissistic, but possibly sociopathic. You think I'm indifferent? Again, if you think my whole life and experience of this is being lived through the show, that's sad. That's really sad. I don't know what else I can tell you. I think there's Ozone to be as respectful as I can. For you to think that everything that's going on is everything I'm telling you on the show, that's a little sociopathic. Am I indifferent? Of course not. Holy shit. I'm sorry. I just can't tell you everything. I can't. I don't want to. I want to tell you me. That's all. Aaron, don't start dating the Golden Corral waitress, says Pool Scam Sam. I'll try not to. Oh, my God. Mersh sucks. Oh, my God. I'm getting to the part in the chat, I guess, where we were talking about Mersh. Yikes. Freedom's Lunch says, Dabble Versian here. Don't ever call yourself that. Totally jumped on the Carl emergency. My IQ is probably higher than yours. So, no, it isn't. You just said it wasn't. Don Lemonade says, honest question, why do you even fuck around with these gay internet spurgs? Half of this chat warned you not to. From Jake to Citizen M, and they went out of their way to attack your wife. You're absolutely right. That goes right into would never work with family and all that again. Would never put them into this. For sure. You used to say Carl was your friend, says Spider Bites. I don't get it. Well, you can't say that someone's your friend when they're like, fuck him, his divorce is a work. Like, obviously they weren't your friend. You don't say that like, oh man, I'm getting a divorce, guys. Here you go. Here's what here's the basics. And then that person goes, oh, I bet she's full of shit. You're like, well, that's obviously not a pal of mine. Focus on growing your podcast, says Tony. Fuck these internet losers. They're kind of fun to kind of flick around a little bit, the chat people and whatnot. And all the other stuff is just, it's literally a stranger with an opinion. Like, that's just the way life is. Like, strangers have opinions. You know, there's these weirdos that watch these shows and stuff, and then they'll come to me and comment, and they're like, so-and-so just destroyed you. And I'll look at my arms and my hands, and I'll look at my show, and I'll go, I'm the same level of destroyed I was yesterday. I don't know really what to tell you. They get so, like, they have this weird thing with me where, and we've talked about it before, where, like, if I don't react the way they want me to react and I laugh it off or I just move on, then they get mad at me like, oh, Aaron, you're just always right. Oh, Aaron always wins. I'm like, no, I just don't give you what you want. I'm not winning. I'm not losing. I'd say I'm losing. Like, I'm rebuilding in life. But, like, as far as a show goes, there's no winning or losing. You're just putting on a show for people. That's all it is. And these people take it so seriously. They're like people who think pro wrestling is real. You just got destroyed. No, I'm still here the same way I always have been. Coltrane says Aaron has a tendency to let his shit slip. He starts talking and can't shut up. That's true. We've talked about that in the group I'm in about speaking as a compulsion. I certainly have that. I definitely have speaking as a compulsion problem. Empty Cranium. Oh, God, Jay Warren and Empty Cranium with Goodwill Hunting references. Did April fart a lot and blame it on the dog? No, that was again, Robin Williams' wife in Goodwill Hunting. Empty Cranium says, do you have a hard time hiding the fact that you're gay? Now that's from Goodwill Hunting, and we've never discussed that. No. Spider Bite says, Johnny thinks it will be a clean break. April is legally entitled to half your house. She could take half of everything. Absolutely. Absolutely. Aaron saw his shadow in studio today. 2 more weeks of winter. That's Groundhog Day. That's not Goodwill Hunting. Skills Carmite says Kevin Brennan clout chasing Steel Toe, and it makes me sick. If you're clout chasing me, you've got a problem with your program. That's all I'm gonna say. Brigmo says $2 says Stut Joe morning show. Is Stuttering John gonna start a morning show? I would welcome that. We'll do one together. Don Lemons 8 says hot tub stream was a moment when it started to swirl around the bowl. Yeah, that was my idea, the hot tub stream, and that was a terrible idea. I betrayed a lot of the tenets of Steel Totem by doing that. But, you make new friends. It was, God damn it. Like, it was almost like a relationship, And you make new friends. You want to do funny, silly shit. And then you record it and you stream it. It comes off a little e-thoughty. I definitely came off big time eel-thoughty. And if you watch the banter, like the uncomfortable, unnatural banter, it wasn't funny. Like, I remember watching it back when Kino Casino did the clip. And we watched it on the show and we talked about it. I was like, God damn, I am really cringe in this. Like, I was really bad. So I know that a lot of the OG fans didn't like shit like that, and I'm very sorry. Tony says the only annoying sex part was you two playing the who the hottest woman was. Maybe I read that wrong. Tin Man Taylor says, I have it on good authority that your therapist is a spy from Melton. Is he really? Silverwolf says, typical, a woman came in and blew everything up and left. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the mistake I made in all that. Spider Bite says, that makes sense. I misunderstood. No problem, Spider Bites. Don't you worry about it, buddy. Adam Simon says, I'd buy the book. Ozone says, you can act like a human on air. I feel like I am. I feel like I am. Eric Estrada from Chips. I know he doesn't like me, so let's see how this goes. He says, I think talking smack about yourself instead of your spouse is a good idea. Good idea to not give your wife incentive to spill the beans on you. You take the brunt of it now before it gets nasty. If anyone wanted to spill the beans on me, I'll say this. I have nothing to hide. If you ask me questions that pertain to just me, if you've got dying questions you've been wanted answered, over the last few years, I will absolutely answer them. I am absolutely the kind of guy where if there's something out there that could really harm me or burn me or bury me that someone wants to use maliciously, I will put the gun to my own head. I will out with everything as long as it doesn't hurt or affect anyone else, as long as it's just me that it impacts. Because I'm certainly not here to hurt anybody else that I care about. And I would be a complete sociopath and a crazy person if I said I didn't still care about this person. I absolutely do. I bet you in a lot of divorces, I bet you the both parties go, God, I wish they would, I wish they just would have done this. And the other one goes, I wish they just would have done that. I'm sure, I know I feel that way. And I'm sure the other person involved in this probably feels that way. They're like, God, I wish they just would have understood that they could do this. And I certainly have had those feelings myself. I don't think those are right or wrong, good or bad. I think that's just human nature. It's the needs we have. Joe DeBecky says you can crank one out without hearing any shit, so there's that. Yeah, now they don't get mad when you bring women home. No, I'm just kidding. I was only kidding, honey. If you're going to date a waitress, hold out for an IHOP chick, says Amanda Hug and Kiss. Does that work? Can you really? You can't. Can you bag waitresses? Never tried. Coltrane says, can we please move the fuck on? The chat seems more sad than Aaron. Maybe now's a good time to start working on your boxing career. Focus on that in your free-tirement. Oh, God, this chat is so fucking busy. Oh, my God. Ken Decker says, you have the correct attitude. Thank you, buddy. Aaron was just a fluffer all along. Oh, no, they know. They know. Rick Bradley says, yeah, your show became a relationship show when she was on. Fair enough. And by the way, if you guys want to get, this is therapy session for the audience too. If you have, I do want to hear from the audience on this stuff. I want to hear from the audience how the show was, whether it was good, whether it was bad, whether you're glad it's changing, whether you're sad that it's changing. It's almost like when I talk to the audience about this, it's almost like I'm having this conversation with my children about, how are you adjusting? How are you getting along? So on and so forth. Because like we say, the audience pays the bills. And if the audience pays the bills, they absolutely get a huge say and should get a huge sounding board. By the way, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Thank you, Rostog's Broken Spirit, for the $5. $3.35 is the number for today. Now that you're single, would you consider having Ray DeVito as a live-in nanny? He could cook, clean, babysit. You guys could double date, etc. I don't have any animosity towards anyone. I don't. Coltrane says, can we move on? Aaron doesn't listen to the OGs when we tell him to avoid these internet idiots. We're just talking about life and these things. This was a big part of the show back in the radio days. Chris Thompson says, honestly, you don't owe anyone anything. You don't need to tell anyone about your divorce unless it's helping you to get it out. It's your business, not theirs. I've let out what I'm comfortable letting out. Randy J says, please keep your arms down. The bingo wings are casting a crazy shadow. Thank you. Oh. Lots of people hating on you right now, says Loaded Wrench. That's fine. I've always had lots of people hating on you. You're not doing a good job if people don't hate you. Nick the Milkman says, so what does that mean? You and Riquetas aren't friends anymore. No, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. I was just talking to one of them yesterday. I had to, I had to communicate some things. Mr. St. Caesar says, you don't need therapy for a McDonald's addiction, Aaron. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is AP coming on? No, I don't think so. I couldn't get a hold of him. I didn't try hard enough, but I couldn't get a hold of him. All right, let's continue on let's find some other good stuff. April's Parents Hobby Farm says, once you went to YouTube, it was almost unlistenable. Getting back to the old school now. No, Mayor Larry Vaughn, that's not the way it is. It's okay to be gay. We will accept you. I like this idea from Los Federales. You should do an AMA, $5 per question. That might be a good way on how to organize it. Ooh, I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted because there's a really I don't think I can tell you about it yet. But there's a really exciting, old school steel toe development happening right now, and I want to stay on top of it. There we go. Okay. Wow, that would be really cool. I can't wait to tell you guys about that one. Let's see. Tony says, I think we all loved her, but she was too smart and a good person to be an internet personality. Yeah, it takes a different sort. It really does. Dr. Silverwolf said, I'm glad the show is changing. I'm sad why it's changing. Fair enough. Sandy Squatch says there were many good times with April. Did you hear that? I got a little choked up. I'd see her change and seemed unhappy often. I'm sorry things went this way. I mean, it's brutal, man. It is. Mike McShane says, I'm a radio OG. The last few months have been downhill, and I've routinely shut it off. Been getting a lot better, but an hour of relationship stuff is getting old again. It's redundant. All right, well, hey, man, I'm gonna get through. Some people in the chat want to say things. I want to give them their voice, and we will move on. Have a great show. This shit is way more interesting than takes on internet clips. Thank you, Jesse. Mo Green says, the key to my successful marriage, we aren't together that much. You know, that's funny, but it's not untrue. Cheeseburger Pie says, in all honesty, Aaron is a longtime listener. Having her on the show all the time almost made me quit listening. I'm excited for the next chapter in Steel Toe. Well, it's... Okay, BJ, yeah, there's something to that. Maybe you and Gary can tag team Korgs. Oh, no, come on, man. Come on. Nick Stevens says, I don't have an issue with her as a radio personality, but the timing just matched up with this becoming more of a podcast than a radio show. I sometimes wish this was more of a morning show again. Well, here we go. The sex talk was getting old, and I started to think it was just a sex talk show. Fair enough. Jay Warren says, get with Marianne from the Stern Show. Hawk Not Top Gun says, I came here to fuck with you. Now I'm nervous. Don't be nervous. Come on in and fuck with me, Hawk. My guess, Whiskey Pete is putting the moves on April, says K Fallen. Freaky Deaky says, well, I guess I'll just compliment you when you wear yellow, you sexy bitch. Thank you. I'm serious on that one. I'm not that fun to be around, says Mo Green. Oh. Yul Gibbons with $5 says, again, I ask you, salsa con queso or queso blanco? Joe DeBecky says, I only discovered your show a year or so ago with April, but the show pivots around you, and I like the cut of your jib. Oh, well, thank you. 23 skidoo, my friend. 3:30 away from today. Thank you very much to Yule Gibbons. Coltrane, I enjoyed April on the show and the relationship dynamic between you two, but I can see why she wanted out. Aaron's gotten really fat. All right. Guys, listen. I know some of you are tired of hearing about it, and I understand, and we're going to start to tone it down a little bit now. I think the news has gotten out. But I will say this about and I've said this about my audience. This is way more of a radio thing than an internet thing. But talking to you guys helps me. You know, hanging out, having fun with my audience, no matter how big or small it may be and fluctuates over the years. It's been up lately. It'll come back down again. But talking to you guys is fun. Hanging out with you guys is fun. I mean, if there's days, like if Johnny can't really do, why can't I speak? If Johnny can't really do Wednesdays, I wouldn't mind doing a Wednesday show and just catching up with you guys for 45 minutes before we start the show. So I apologize to anyone who thinks this part has been monotonous, who thinks this part hasn't been good, who thinks that this part has been boring. I apologize if this has been boring to you. But I think, I like this part. I've liked this part when I was on radio. Adrian and I did a show once where we just talked about my fucking relationship for an hour and a half. Once in a while, I don't mind this. So if you don't like this, like Dudapest says, do you do a show anymore? If you don't like this part, I ask you to give me grace for another day or two, and I promise we'll continue on the road we've been on. I promise. Hawk Not Top Gun with $20. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate your generosity. That's going to put us down to $3.15. And then also Doorman says, here's for some bread and queso during this depressing time. New boot goofing. Stay strong, brother. Oh, thank you. That's very nice. Looks like we are at 300 even for today. Oh, 300 even is right where we want to be at around 7 o'clock. So you guys are ahead of the game. If you want to throw in some money to Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, or memberships or Rumble Rants, holy shit, do I appreciate it. We'll knock out that goal today, and you guys are off to an awesome start. Freaky Deaky says, Aaron, your current therapy with us will cost you $330. Oh, look, we reached the goal. I don't think that's how it goes. Eric Estrada from Chips says, I'm sorry things didn't work out with Mersh. Jesse is his number one enemy and you platformed him. But I don't do the Mersh publicity show. I don't do the Mersh publicist show. I don't do the anybody publicist show. Like my audience said, this internet shit is gay. I find Jesse interesting. I do. Because he's got a weird gimmick, and I don't think he's 100% authentic, which I'm not telling any tales out of school. And I wanted to like sit him down and make him be a little more honest than he's used to being. And I thought that was fascinating to me. So if Mersh didn't like that, I'm sorry, but I'm not the make sure everything is okay with Mersh Brigade. I'm not the how will that, believe it or not, when I do my show, I don't think to myself, is this going to be good for Mike Sheely's mental health? Just like I don't think anybody does a show and goes, is this going to be okay for Aaron's mental health? And by the way, let me tell you before you do it, it will be fine. I don't see it anyway. Do what you need to do. But if you're really going to sit there and piss and moan, if that's what Mersh is doing, maybe he's not. But if you're going to sit there and piss and moan and go, hey, I had Jesse PS on and he sent me coleslaw, get the fuck over it. Oh, my God. I've got 3 fucking children and a house to run on my own. Somebody sent you coleslaw? You'll be okay. You'll be fine. I have to have an emergency show. I heard a thing. My fucking puppy had to get his nails clipped, for God's sake. I'm just kidding. I don't see that as like a huge fucking deal. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says corporate is still interested in having you on our gas pump TVs. Without April, you actually rate higher amongst 42-year-old single moms getting out of abusive marriages, and they buy lots of hoagies. That's good to know. I wasn't aware of that. Sparky Rose says, excited for the show to go back to its roots. April is nice, but wasn't always great for the flow of things. It was uncomfortable when y'all argued. Sorry, kids. Yule Gibbons with $5 says, I woke up summoned by chocolate mint Girl Scout cookie wrappers. I'm right there with you, man. Put those in ice cream and break them up. That sounds like a single woman thing to do. Empty Cranium says, speaking of piss and moan, maybe get a kiddie pool and sitting in it instead of becoming a pee pal outside of Stoney's. Too soon? Who's peeing? Who the fuck watches this dog shit show, says Derek from Texas. Where is Bikini April? I'm sorry. Hey, I got the bikini in the breakup if you want me to put it on. I'm kidding. I didn't. I just have the one that I bought for myself. You need to go on Jesse Lee Peterson and tell him April left you and you started therapy and kept the Chihuahua. Oh, Jesse Lee Peterson would love that one, wouldn't he? Oh, man. Well, thank you guys very much. I appreciate all of your guys' generosity, your kindness. You want to jump in that PayPal and throw me a few therapy bucks for today's show. I appreciate it. Scooby Jooby Jew. Yeah, he says not to be read out loud. He has questions about the anniversary show. Yeah, go ahead and send them to me. Absolutely. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate the kindness. 280 away from this morning. You guys are ahead of the game. Fucking A, man. Keep it going. Let's stay ahead of the game. Backwards Internet says, hey, Aaron, when did your girlfriend leave you? My wife, first of all. And I would say, we started the divorce stuff. Oh, I got that going a week or two ago, I would say. Kyle says, can you tell April that you learned how to remove lug nuts and see if that helps? Do you get to keep the nudes? You got to be very responsible with those when you have a breakup. You do. You can't be fucking around with that shit. Brittany Boo says, when is the she's got I shouldn't say that. Then people are going to be hounding her for it. Let's just say when there were times where I was feeling pretty good about what I was having, and I may, she may have been out grocery shopping or something. I may have sent a pic or two. Don't go looking for it. I used angles. I used every trick in the book. But anybody who's got a girlfriend, sometimes wife, sometimes you might look in the mirror, and you might go, wow, that, you know what? Doesn't usually look like that. And you might snap a pic and send it to him and say, you might want to hurry home. I got some things we can take care of. It happens. That's when you move to the secured folder, says Yule Gibbons. Aaron sent Facebook a pic on the Towboys page once. Oh, yeah. You know what? A lot of the newer listeners have never heard of this. Have never heard this story. So, KB says, I'm sure it looks appropriately sized for your height. Easy 1, 2, 3. So it's usually small. Got it. Well, no, it's usually what it is. But sometimes it looks like even more than what it is. Come on now, when is the anniversary show, says Brittany Boo. August 10th. August 10th is the anniversary show. And, oh, God, the story I was just going to tell. And I completely forgot it. Son of a bitch. I read that one comment. Motherfucker. Why can't I remember the goddamn shit I was going to... Son of a... This chat is saying, fuck Mersh, but Aaron and April were practically blowing the guy and made him a mod. Yeah, I know, it's disappointing, like, to see someone kind of, like, do a pro wrestling thing like that, but it's not, I can tell you, it doesn't affect my day-to-day. God damn it, Truth, you're right. I haven't unblocked those people. Motherfucker. I've got it written down right here. Misdemeanor and Chip Galloway. Fuck it, we're doing it right now. We'll do it live. Fuck it, I'll write it and we'll do it live. Here we go. YouTube Studio. Okay, we're going in. Settings. Community. I'm unblocking these motherfuckers right now. Holy shit, I have a lot of mods. All right. I wish I could type these in. Can you? Can you type in hidden users? No, you can't. Shit. You guys want to do a fucking jailbreak and see what happens? Oh, there we go. Chip Galloway. Boom. He's back. All right. I'll worry about the rest of them later, but Chip Galloway is officially back in business. Save. There we go. Chip Galloway has been freed. There we go. You were telling us something about pictures of your girlfriends in a grocery store and a weird... Fuck. I can't remember. I can't remember what the goddamn story was. Mr. St. Caesar says, have you unmodded April? No, I haven't unmodded her. No, like, this isn't a bad deal. You know, the divorce thing is not a bad deal. The stuff leading up to it was a bad deal. That's why you get divorced, because you're like, you acknowledge to yourself, this is fucking terrible. This is inescapable. This is unsalvageable. This is unholy. Gotta get out. And mutual. Oh, the Vegas story. Here we go. So, the first time April and I went to Las Vegas, I wanted to take a picture of our view from the MGM Grand, our view of the Strip. It was a beautiful view. April and I had just engaged in carnal activity. And she was still putting her clothes back on. And as I took a picture of the Strip, in the reflection of the window was April. I believe she was like putting a sock on or something and just tits out, body, everything. The whole deal was just on display in the reflection of the mirror. And I posted it on Facebook. Did not know until I did not realize that was in the picture until someone sent me a message while we're sitting on the tarmac at the airport in the plane about to take off, and I would have lost the ability to delete that picture for 3 hours. And I was able to delete it quickly before it was propagated. Propagated. Don't use words you don't know. You sound like an asshole. So that was the Vegas picture story that a lot of the radio audience knows. Philip Sears says this has to be a work or Aaron is the dumbest man alive if the real April divorce lawyer is masturbating vigorously. No, not at all. Premarital sex. See you in hell, you sick bastard, says Dr. Silverwolf. Lisa Marie says, when she started calling you stupid, retarded, and saying, what's wrong with you, and gave you the look, I knew she was losing the love. What? She did that from day one. Oh, my God. Chip, why did Chip Galloway get deleted? He's free. Come on. Leave poor Chip Galloway. You guys, give Chip Galloway a second chance to be a human, please. Can we give Chip a second chance? Let poor Chip be a guy. Give him a chance. T. Jefferson says, engaged in carnal activity. Ooh, aren't you so wordy? Then you hit propagated and we're done. Sorry, I have limits to my intelligence. Oh, man. He's talking about the last shows. Well, maybe. Who knows? There was a lot of things going on at that time. Let's go on and get into today's show because we do have plenty to talk about. What are we at? 280? Great start to the show, guys. Thank you very much. 280 is the magic number today. Let's get that down to 200 in the next hour 15, and I think we're looking good. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. Thank you, guys, for your... Oh, my God, almost 800 people hanging out with Steel Toe this morning. Everyone hit like, everyone hit share, hit subscribe. Thank you very much for your support. And don't forget to love our program. Vaccine lawsuits, it's happening. Now, I don't think they can do, not Bristol Myers. What is it? Pfizer and Moderna. I don't think they can be sued in the United States. I believe part of the congressional, fast track, who gives a shit, don't test it on lab rats, don't find out if it shuts anyone's heart down, don't find out if it causes myocarditis, just fucking get it out there and let's streamline this shit. Part of the deal for not having to do that is Pfizer and Moderna made a deal with the government where they said, hey, if this does end up killing people, can you just make sure they can't sue us? And the government, said, yeah, sure. You give us a lot of campaign contributions, a lot of backdoor money. Absolutely. They can't sue you. And they're like, all right, let's throw it out there. Hey, by the way, could you make it free for everyone and just give us a fuck ton of money right up front? Yeah, no problem. Oh, and every time we have a booster, could you pump the shit out of that too? Oh, my God, it's like you can't fail as a company if you have the federal government as your partner. But if you're the federal government, you can't succeed no matter what you do. Unless the whole succeeding part is the making shitloads of money, shaking people down. Then you can crush it. But this COVID vaccine deal, this AstraZeneca lawsuit, is being launched in the United States. And I want to see if we can find a news clip of this. Is it Blake Vossen or whatever her name is? Here it is. I guess there's a loophole where we can sue AstraZeneca, but we can't sue Pfizer or Moderna. I guess they can be sued in another country as well. Thank you for the $5. Ewell Gibbons. He says, I'm partial to salsa con queso, but in a pinch, especially if it's warm, queso blanco will do. Are we really are leaning into the fucking salsa conversation. Thank you, Ewell Gibbons. I appreciate the $5. It's $2.75 away from today. All right, let's take a look at this story on the vaccine injured. I have a question. When did it become okay to talk about vaccine injuries? Because I come from the time in YouTube where if you talked about vaccine injuries, you're fucked. No talking about vaccine injuries. You get a strike. You're done. There's no, what do you mean vaccine injury? There's no vaccine injury. You know, I remember if an 18-year-old dropped dead at fucking chess practice because they were like, well, he was thinking too hard about where he was going to move his rook. And then he had a myocarditis and he had a heart attack. You see, he had a heart condition that he's probably had his whole life that we just never caught before. And like every time we had to swallow that bullshit story because if you went, I don't know. Sounds like he might have been vaccinated, got a little vaccine injured, and his heart might have shut down on him. Medical misinformation strike. You're fucking out of here. Now it's okay. I was thinking about this morning as well, before the show started. Thinking about this exact story, about how now we can talk about vaccine injuries. Now we can question vaccine stuff. Also, remember when every few months, like there was another booster and it was time to get the boosters and you had to get boosted, and here comes winter and here comes summer, here comes a changing season. COVID's going to mutate and become another strain. I haven't seen a new strain. I haven't seen a new booster. I haven't seen any of that shit in a long time. I haven't seen any chaos on the news about it. It's almost like the whole thing was a scare tactic from the beginning, and once we didn't need it for the fear and a couple of wars got started, we could just let it go. I'm not, far be it for me to say that's exactly what happened. It just, you could forgive someone for saying it looked that way. All right, let's find out what this Midland blonde is talking about.
In our coronavirus coverage, a Utah woman and Utah senator are teaming up to get some answers. This comes after a group claims they've experienced life-altering injuries that they believe are from the vaccine. While the symptoms haven't been officially linked to the vaccine by the CDC, some are convinced that they're related.
You know, before we get too out over our skis on this one, boys and girls, I just want to remind you that the CDC has not acknowledged these as vaccine side effects. And if the CDC says that's, that they're not vaccine side effects, then, we know you can take that to the bank. Name me 27 times the CDC has been wrong in the last 5 years. Go ahead. I'll wait. You know what? I won't, because you can probably do it. Especially if you count each time they flip-flopped on masks or 6-foot distance. You could probably get up to 14 alone on that one. But yes, I do believe that the vaccine injury thing not being acknowledged by the CDC, I don't think that's like playing for you or against you, because I don't really know how much credibility the CDC has left anymore.
Now, I spoke with that woman to find out what she's been experiencing and why she's now asking the public for help.
There's no question that the vaccines do save lives.
Brianne Dressen is a preschool.
Isn't that funny how that, the media's still going to media, aren't they? So this whole thing is about vaccine injury and this woman's suing AstraZeneca. But the first thing that has to be said in this story is, of course, the vaccine saves lives. Whose? I ask you. A 35-year-old diabetic who weighs 350 pounds? Okay, maybe. I mean, okay, maybe COVID won't get them. Something else will, though. But like a 25-year-old who's perfectly healthy, I don't think it's advantageous for that person to get vaccinated against COVID. I don't. My opinion, not a medical opinion. But I don't think it's crazy to say that if you're in the prime of your life and you're in great shape, you don't really need protection. I've had it 3 times. I've had COVID 1 more time than I've been divorced. And, I'll be honest with you. Both of them, you get the sniffles. You don't feel good. You get sore for a few days. You're in bed. And eventually it gets better.
Preschool teacher in Saratoga Springs who participated in the AstraZeneca clinical trial back in November.
We all knew that some people were going to draw the short straw.
And that includes...
What a sociopathic way to say that. People are dropping. People are getting seriously life-altering injuries from this. And all you can do is go, some people were going to draw the short straw. That is a very New World Order, who gives a shit, 1 death is a tragedy, 1 million is a statistic kind of a thing. Referring to people who are bedridden from vaccine injuries and possibly the myocarditis and the heart swelling and the heart conditions, referring to those people as drawing the short straw is fucking hilarious to me. Let's continue.
It's her. She got her shot on November 4th, and she says she hasn't been the same since.
Immediately, within an hour, I had tingling down my arm. And by the time I got home, my vision was blurry and double.
But that wasn't all.
My sensitivity to sound and light had become so severe that I had to have earmuffs on all the time and sunglasses.
She says that's when things took a turn for the worse.
So I had this weeks-long neurological decline. Nobody knew what was going on. I called the test clinic several times. Finally, 2 days later, they had me come in and they did a neurological exam and they said, "Oh, it looks like you have MS."
Her symptoms.
Whoa, what? Okay, that's the first time I've heard MS from the vaccine. That I was not expecting. That was a bit of an M. Night Shyamalan. But I'm not a big COVID vaccine guy, as you can tell. I like the old school ones. I think they've saved a lot of lives historically. If we could get some immigrants vaccinated, might, help not spread shit like measles and give that a chance to mutate, but okay. So I'm not a big COVID vaccine guy, but MS? I don't know if it can give you MS. If that's the case, we really got to look the fuck out.
Symptoms continued to worsen, and just before Thanksgiving, she says her legs stopped working, sending her to the ER. But
and then after that, I hired her to co-host on Wednesdays.
Running several MRIs, CAT scans, and lumbar punctures, nothing.
Ugh.
I spent the next several months of my life trapped in my room by myself, completely alone and in silence.
Sucks shit, man.
Even the sound of my husband's pants swishing was too much for my ears.
Then take those fucking pants off, big boy. Am I right? That's right. Come give mama some of that COVID injury dick.
We put towels on the windows, trying to make it darker.
What are you, goth?
And it was a nightmare.
No answers, no relief, no hope.
I missed out on Christmas. I didn't buy my kids a single Christmas present.
Lazy bitch. No, I'm just kidding. What a terrible mother. You didn't buy a single you piece of shit. No, this is horrible. This is awful. And if the only thing you have that changed in your life is you got that shot, of course you're going to think it was the shot that did it.
I've missed out on months of their lives.
She spent months teaching herself how to walk, eat, and form sentences again.
That sucks.
All while she traveled near and far to try and get some answers.
The hospital didn't know what was going on. None of the neurologists that I saw knew what was going on.
She says she's talked with others who are dealing with the same symptoms after getting their COVID-19 vaccines.
I want the CDC to do the right thing and communicate with the medical community so these people can get help.
And while she calls herself pro-vaccine, she believes the people who are injured are being left behind.
We absolutely can have the vaccines, and we can take care of the injured.
I feel for her. I empathize with her, all of that. I mean, it fucking sucks. It is really shitty that this happened. But, and I've had people tell me this the last few months. They've used this phrase with me. They're like, be more angry. And I get it. Like, anger is baggage, and you don't want to be angry. You don't want to be mad. But this woman should be a little more upset about what was done to her, about what happened. Because people were not given, look, we can call the people who took the vaccine sheep, and we can, scared and whatever, bootlickers, whatever you want to call them. But they were not given the information they needed to make this decision responsibly. And fuck a lawsuit. There need to be congressional hearings. We need to have investigations. People, I would say people need to be punished, but I know I'm being naive when I say that. But I don't like that these people are getting fucked up and they're getting injured, and then they go, oh, well, I'm still okay with it. I'm still, it's still all right and everything else. Fuck that. Get mad. Get upset. Demand these motherfuckers do something. They fucked you, and they fucked you hard. They gave you medicine that they swore was okay, and it wasn't. It fucking hurt you. Go get them. Have congressional hearings where, at the end of them, you can maybe rescind some of this protection of the lawsuits and everything else. And I understand they're the big drug companies. We're not going to do anything to touch them. It's frustrating to watch it's frustrating to watch someone half wake up, but then still be half asleep. None of these people should be given your trust. None of these people should be given your admiration. None of these people should be given your confidence. Drug companies, government, never trust these fucking people. Are there drugs produced that help people? Yes, absolutely. Every day, I'm sure. But don't give them the benefit of the doubt. Check, recheck, and then check again. And then if the government starts really pushing that this is okay, assume that it's not, because that's a problem too. Yul Gibbons with $5 says it's like salsa and queso all rolled into one. Admit it, it doesn't get much better than that. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, Aaron, since bearing your soul, how did the RV screen door handle get broken and blood all over the door and carpet? Did someone get angry? What? I don't know. I know. Door, how did the door? I don't remember that. And I know that I'm stuttering and stammering, so that makes me seem guilty. But I don't know. Bobby Baloney says, was fun watching it start at 100% effective and gradually drop day to day, and people didn't notice. I mean, I noticed. That's for sure. Eaton Clam says, well, it doesn't necessarily save lives, but let's just say it enriched a lot of lives. Oh, yeah, the vaccine definitely enriched lives. That's for sure. Hawk Not Top Gun says, I had COVID once, and I used it as an excuse to get breakfast in bed. Attaboy. Dash says, seems like they had their chance for complete takeover and failed. The drug companies? Bobby Baloney says, you don't have a name, just a statistical number. SH says, I had it once for sure. It sucked because it lingered for a couple of weeks after the worst was over. But I got my sense of taste and smell back, so it worked out. One of the times we had COVID, I think it was the second time, April lost this taste thing. She couldn't taste anymore. And that hung around for a couple of weeks. Quad Cucker says, word on the street is Quad Father has a very, very short straw. I like the Quad Father. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Yul Gibbons with $5 says, eventually you start waking up hungover with a box of Girl Scout cookies and an open bag of weed. It gets better. I mean, I feel like I'm the Joe Nichols song for the shape I'm in. I mean, I feel all right. You're making me nervous. Brittany Boo says, still don't regret not getting that poison. Skeezy says, I look at this like I look at phone scammers. If you fell for it, you deserve everything you got. Oof. That's rough. Kyle says, I'd still smash. Bet at a minimum I'd get them legs twitching. Chip Galloway says, did her thumbs not work to order stuff from Amazon? They came to the wrong chat to get sympathy. I can tell you firsthand. Oh, that is funny. I couldn't even buy Christmas presents for my kids. This is Chip Galloway reporting for Salt Lake City News. I have one question. Is this bitch's thumbs broken? You can't order some shit? You know you ain't going anywhere for a while. Fucking Chip, you're making the most of your second opportunity, buddy. Thanks, Sketty Tooth John, for his generosity to this program. She has the I'm vaxxed meme on her Facebook page to impress her friends. Oh, no. Eaton Clam says the antibody treatment worked. Should have just waited till she got it. Is that the one where they just inject antibody like that? What do they call that? Inoculation or whatever? Skeezy says old vaccines harm people too. If you think vaccines stop disease, you're an idiot. Let this neurosurgeon explain it over on Rumble. Can we do that Rumble Friday? I feel like that gets you kicked off of YouTube if it's on Rumble. I'm not saying he's wrong. Could be totally right. But I do think the old school vaccines are good. I could be a stooge. That's totally possible. I haven't done enough research. Hitler Diff says she's white. Of course you would. Talking to Los Federales. Oh, Los Federales says I'd hit it. Of course you would. Coltrane says my wife had some similar issues since the vax. She may need to see this. Yeah, it sounds like they're going to sue AstraZeneca. But, you know, Pfizer, Moderna, again, those are the big ones. And I don't think we can sue them. Dash says never trust authority unless you can trust them. Right, then it's fine. Bobby Baloney says the problem is these people get jabbed on very little information and the government's saying, trust me. They didn't need all the information. This is the price to pay for being a moron. I mean, right, fair enough, I suppose. A lot of people think I'm being far too nice. They think I'm kind of coddling people a little bit. Coltrane says, I took it because my heart doctors advised it, and I have a heart arrhythmia. Second dose fucked me up, and I will never do it again. Hulkamash says, hey, Aaron, I have a new partially tested drug that may or may not harm you. She deserves it. KB's cum-stained lip, a.k.a. Honk the Clown. Fucking retarded name. Softcast said he would be your second mic. He's a good drinker like Gino and also experienced loss lately. Oh, what happened to Softcast? I don't want anything bad to happen to that guy. Rusty Craig says, I have zero sympathy for those who got jabbed and got fucked. The information was out there. Just had to dig a bit deeper to know. Hawk Not Top Gun, only one vax I'm against. One that somehow created and tested in a year and was forced upon us. It is funny that the spike protein for COVID-19 wasn't it trademarked in like 2015 by Moderna? I'm asking. Matt says when it came out, they couldn't be held liable for these. How the hell was that not a red flag for people? It should have been. It absolutely should have been. J-Bra says, I was a sweetheart before the jab, and now I can't say anything nice. 10 out of 10 would do it again. Dusty Beaver says Congress made it illegal to sue the pharmaceuticals just before they heavily invested in them. Strange how that happens. Strange. Packerbacker says some people will say sorry after you kick them in the nuts. They're idiots. Meh, I've never gotten polio, mumps, measles, an mRNA shot for a cold. Fuck no. A lot of people feel that way. All right, was it Los Federales wants me to watch this Luka Doncic's press conference? I always fuck up his name, by the way. He's been around for years now. Is it Luka Doncic or Luka Doncic? Or am I fucking it up both ways? Fucking white basketball players. I tell you what. All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
Whatever happened to...
What would you say the big difference was?
Whatever happened to good old-fashioned American basketball names like Laquan and LaMarcus? Whatever happened to the good old-fashioned American names? Now we got a Luka Doncic. Whatever happened to a good old American basketball player like Rashawn? These are the days I live for. These are the days I hope come back. All right, Luka press conference gets interrupted by apparent sex noises. Okay.
Go ahead, guys. What would you say the big difference was?
Just our energy. I think we shared the ball really well. We were knocking down shots. We were open shots, so just our sharing the ball and our energy was great.
What do you think? Okay, moving on.
What the fuck was that? That's true. That was a woman making sexual sounds.
Great.
What do you think?
I love Luka's eyes. He's just like, they're a woman having sex somewhere in back, and I am up here sweating into microphone. What is the deal? That is funny. Thank you, Los Federales. Not really much to do with that, but thank you for sending us something that was, I'm going to call it light and playful, I believe. Light and playful would be the word for that. And it was a good segue out of the vaccine COVID fucking story. I'm just glad that people are suing and investigating and looking into shit. I don't know how far it'll go, but there's only one way to punish these fuckers, and that's monetarily. That's, taking their money. That's it. Jay Bra says, what the hell was April doing at that press conference? Now, stop it. Stop it. That is not funny. I am no longer having sex with that person. I don't need to know about sex. What? I will have my own. Thank you very much. Just another white girl getting railed by an NBA player. Move along. There you go. Los Federales says dry anal is the best punishment. I think that's awful. I don't really know who deserves that as punishment. I'm sorry to disagree with you, sir, respectfully, but oh my God. 265 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, gifted memberships, Rumble Rants. We appreciate it. Want to be at 200 by 8 o'clock. So if you guys can get us there, boy, do we really appreciate it. Thanks for being so generous during these solo shows. 800 people checking out the show at the moment. There you go. Hit like, hit thumbs up, hit subscribe. Appreciate it. Okay. Time for a non-sponsored ad break, says producer Chris. What does that mean? Nick Steven says, so now that you're officially separated, when is your child due? Fuck you. I made sure that wasn't going to happen again. Guy Sartell says they should let the white guys play in the WNBA, can even keep the name. Oh, white national basketball. Ex-April's Parents Hobby Farm says, how far did Matt put it in last night? Just the tip, or did you take the whole sixer? Matt has a sixer? Where'd the rest of it go? Son of a bitch. All right, continuing on. Here we go. Let's do we did the vaccine one. The Robert De Niro clip. Oh, God, fucking De Niro. He will not stop. Like, did Donald Trump fuck his girlfriend? Is there some kind of, like, love triangle that these two were in that we don't know about? Because Robert De Niro cannot let this Trump thing go. He is fucking openly, like, goes out of his way to shit on Trump. And it's not even political. It's not even like, oh, his take on immigration is horrible and I don't like it, blah, blah. It always seems so personal with De Niro. Like, whenever he talks about Trump, it's never policy. It's always like, this motherfucker, this piece of shit, I hate this asshole. He's like there's not even a sense of humor behind it. It just strikes me as very personal when Robert De Niro goes after Donald Trump. And I guess he was on The View because Robert De Niro's older now, so he doesn't produce as much testosterone, a little more estrogen in the blood, so The View is the perfect spot for him. And he must be on the rag because he went on The View to just bitch about Trump. Oh, my God. What a fucking... I mean, Robert De Niro shouldn't be on The View. But they probably called him up and they said, hey, I have an idea, Rob. You want to come on and talk shit about Trump? And he just couldn't deny it. He couldn't help himself. Maybe this is all De Niro has anymore, says Bobby Baloney. You know what really hurts? Is when I hear that, like, people talk shit about Robert De Niro and they bring up the movie Dirty Grandpa. That really hurts me because I enjoy that movie. I like that one. I don't dislike. I know it's hokey and it's shitty and it's poorly written, but it's funny. I like it. Dirty Grandpa is a fine movie as far as I'm concerned. Leave it alone. You can say a lot of shit about Robert De Niro's recent career and how garbage it is, but I would really appreciate it if you left Dirty Grandpa alone. Here's Robert De Niro on The View, I think yesterday. And again, this guy just cannot fucking help himself with the Donald Trump talk.
It's going to happen. If he gets elected, it's going to change this country.
Don't worry, you won't be around to see it, Bob. You're what, 80? You'll be fine.
For everybody. And they might think that it's going to make their life better, or they just want to, excuse my French.
Oh my God, come in an orphan's throat? Why would you say that? That is a horrible thing to say. Why would any Trump supporter want to do that? That sounds remarkable. Maybe I read his lips wrong. Maybe that's not what he said. We'll play it again. But I love how these people make a prediction about how awful the Trump stuff's going to be and how terrible Trump's going to be and how god-awful this 4 years of Trump's going to be. totally forgetting that we've all seen it. We've all seen it. For 4 years, we saw Donald Trump as president, and the world didn't come loose. It didn't stop spinning on its axis. It didn't, meteors didn't come crashing down to Earth, and the moon didn't, fall out of orbit. None of these things you guys were talking about happened. So why should we believe you that they're going to happen this time? It sounds like you're just bitching. But I don't know what it is he said about pardon my French. Let's see.
Excuse my French.
Take a shit inside of a woman's vagina. Wow, that's what Trump's going to. Okay, that one I could see.
Literally. He's done everything. What more do you need? It's almost like he wants to do the worst that he could possibly do to show this country. His
Jesus. I have no idea what the fuck he was even saying. Do they have a quote? His audio totally cut out. Deniro was then cut out of the broadcast with the camera panning away so the viewers at home couldn't make out his swear-filled sentiment. He didn't stop there, accusing Trump of wanting to do the worst that he could possibly do to this country before getting bleeped again. Though before the camera could move away from Deniro, it was clear the actor said Trump's slogan should be "Fuck America." The Dixie Chicks tried that one once. It didn't work so well. This is far from the first time De Niro has spoken out against Trump. Oh, no, he's like, Robert De Niro cannot help himself when it comes to Donald Trump. And he is one of those guys who's got it really, really bad. Like, he's got the delusion where, oh, God, it's going to be the end. He's like this close to being the guy that goes, I'm moving to Canada if Trump gets elected. And then when you go to him and you go, oh, hey, Trump got elected. Where's that moving to Canada? Well, it was metaphorical. Of course it was. Of course it was. Johnny Boy says they both suck dick for coke. Why can't we get past these two bags of bones and move on? They both. No, if De Niro does coke, then he's not sucking dick for the coke. He's sucking dick because he likes to. He can afford the cocaine. If you can afford the coke, you don't suck the dick because you need the coke. You suck the dick because you like sucking dick. You pay for the cocaine with your money that you made from heat. I don't. Does that shit work on people? Like, are there Gene Lundergaards watching The View and going, oh, I was thinking about voting for Donald Trump, but, then Robert De Niro said, fuck, 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 fuck. And now I'm really worried that, maybe Trump's not a good idea for president. I refuse to believe that there are people out there that sway their vote because Robert De Niro went on The View. Paul Diab says, I thought fuck America was Biden's slogan. No, fuck America is Biden's policies. His slogan was Build Back Better, but as you know, politicians and their slogans, Smoke Out Prod says, or money that you made doing a morning YouTube show. People get money for drugs from so many different places. I've never taken money out of my pocket and bought drugs. Ever. Not once in my life. That is something I can say 100% unequivocally. I've never paid money for drugs. Sucked some dick. No. And I've never sucked dick for them either. Yeah, Bobby Baloney says that probably does work. Never underestimate the stupidity of Americans. That's true. J. Bra says, sugar is a drug, fatso. I am hungry. Papa Dan says, like the saying goes, you either die the hero or live long enough to become an old bundle of sticks. Wait, are you trying to call him a homosexual? Toastmaster says, steel toe misinformation show. Not at all. You can trust me. You can trust that I don't know what I'm talking about. Dash says, good for you. Doesn't say much for my behavior, though. Geese Artel says, Gino left his extra that he couldn't fly home with. That's no. Why do I tell a joke and then we cast aspersions? I don't understand. Why do people feel the need to hurt others? Guys, let's do a favor here real quick. Let's get that 265 number down to 200. Thank you very much for your generosity. As we said, this show runs on listener contributions, and you guys are off to a great start today. We really appreciate your generosity. If you feel like slipping into the Streamlabs, the PayPal, or the Venmo and throwing a couple of bucks in, showing your appreciation for the program, I really appreciate it. Otherwise, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, and Rumble Rants help as well. Dead Game, we are going to get into the Cohen stuff. I know he's over on Rumble talking about it. Also, the Chiefs kicker, Harrison Butker. Holy shit. He gave a commencement speech, and I didn't even know you were still allowed to say half of the shit that Harrison Butker did in polite society. So good for him. 800 of you checking out the show at the moment. Thank you very much. Hit thumbs up, hit like, especially if you're on Rumble right now, because that is massive, that thumbs up from Rumble. It helps the algorithm and all that. All right. Jay Bra says, Aaron, play some snake charming music to attract the attention of Sid, or gay porn to attract David Chandler. Wow. I didn't know that those were their calling cards. I think Sid needs a little bit of a break. Can everybody please throw in $5-10 right now in honor of giving Sid a fucking break today from supporting this show? By the way, I did get a message today, again from an old friend of the show, that may bring our goal down, which is, again, fucking awesome. So we talked a little bit about the Howard Stern, Jerry Seinfeld. I'm not going to call it a feud, but there was a bit of a back and forth between good friends, Howard Stern and Jerry Seinfeld. Seinfeld went on a podcast, and we'll play the clip here in a little bit. And Howard Stern reacted to the clip from the podcast. And if you think Howard Stern has lost his balls and he's lost his teeth and he's not the same Howard Stern anymore, you're going to hate this clip. I'm warning you right up front. If you think Howard Stern has become a bit of a pussy, you're going to think that he's kind of a pussy in this one. We'll play the Seinfeld clip first. I want to thank Dash for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Just $5 from everyone. So we don't need Sid today. He can take a little break and just enjoy the show. That would be cool. $260 away from today's goal. Hop in that PayPal, hop in the Streamlabs, hop in the Venmo, and throw a couple of bucks in there. We do appreciate it. So Jerry Seinfeld went on David Spade and Dana Carvey's podcast, which I've heard is actually pretty good. And he was talking about how podcasts have kind of outpaced Howard Stern. And that, you know, he's kind of surrounded by people doing podcasts now. And, like, I don't know what this weird hold Howard has over people, but Jerry felt the need to apologize and clarify. Let's check out the first clip from Jerry Seinfeld, then Howard's response yesterday.
So the thing is, I guess that we're just interesting to listen to for people?
I don't know if that's true.
I mean, I would never. I mean, unless it's somebody I really like.
Yeah.
Why would you listen? Do you listen to podcasts?
No.
First of all, I will always love this clip simply because Jerry Seinfeld is just like sitting on a podcast that these guys are trying to make good. And he's like, why would you listen to a podcast? Do you listen to podcasts? I don't. They're stupid. Like, Jerry does this a lot. Like, he gave that commencement speech and he looked right in all those white college kids' eyes at Duke. And he goes, privilege is good. We should be celebrating privilege and applauding it. You should be embracing your privilege. We're proud of shit we should be ashamed of, and ashamed of shit we should be proud of. Like, Jerry Seinfeld has this gimmick he has now where he just goes into rooms and takes a big, hot, steaming shit on the table. And I love this Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, but you have.
I have.
Did you ever listen to one and like it?
I kind of, the thing is about entertainment now, Jerry, this is something that you would observe. People are always doing other things. When you're at a comedy club, you're at the club. You may be getting a drink, but you're watching the comedian.
Right.
Everyone listening to this will be doing something else. Gardening, walking, mostly driving. They'll be distracted.
12% this.
So we don't have to be that good.
Right, but we're still good enough.
Yeah.
Howard's.
Boy, is that not the fucking truth about podcasts? Do you know how many times I've turned on my Viking dude, that Sounds fucking terrible. You know how many times I've turned on Purple FTW and I've just been like walking the dog or driving around or doing whatever, and I just completely forget I'm listening to it and it's just background noise? That really is what a podcast is. As long as someone speaks in a way that compels you, there's so many times where you're so not listening to anything they're saying. Just as long as I don't fall asleep driving, I'm good.
Stern invented this, right?
Yes.
But we're better than him now.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
Howard is interesting. Howard is a great interviewer, but you know, comedy chops. I mean, can we speak candidly?
Sure.
Wow.
No. Well, he got Robin.
Well, he gets serious,
and Robin
too.
is a big part of how.
Yeah, they're
he's
all
funny.
great, but
Yeah.
let's face it.
Let's be honest.
He's been outflanked by some and yourselves, I would say, is absolutely. This show is comedy podcast. This is the best one on the air.
That's nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
So again, like, I don't know what Jerry's apologizing for. He gave his honest opinion. He thinks that these podcasts are funnier than Howard Stern, but he's worried that he hurt his buddy Howie's feelings. You know, he's worried that his friend Howie might hear that and go, oh, why is Jerry being mean to me? Or maybe these guys, I don't know, maybe these guys actually still are afraid that, you know, Howard Stern can do something to them. I have a hard time believing Jerry Seinfeld believes that. I think he genuinely just felt bad that he might have hurt Howard's feelings, but he's not wrong. Howard has been outflanked by all these podcasts. I mean, Joe Rogan is now kind of the king of that medium. And there's a bunch of other podcasts that probably do much better than Howard. I mean, Howard's stuck on Sirius XM. He's stuck. Sirius XM has less subscribers by the day, unless you're counting the people who buy a car and they just get 3 months free with it. But, like, Howard's on a dying medium. Like, terrestrial radio is doing better than satellite radio. It has more money to throw around, too. I mean, Sirius XM is basically putting people's podcasts on for free. They're paying people an exposure. You know, I saw this guy on YouTube. He does a Vikings podcast. And he's like, you can hear our podcast on Sirius XM. And I'm like, oh, that guy's not getting paid. Because, like, you look at the view counts on YouTube and stuff. And you go, oh, that guy's not getting paid to do this podcast on Sirius XM. They're just using him as filler. That's it. Robin is the reason he's funny, says April's Parents Hobby Farm. Maybe back in 98, she's the reason he's the way he is today. Maybe, but I don't know. I think also with Howard, I think he just got old and a little more out of touch. And, you know, unfortunately, people change and they don't always change to become more exciting people. That's all. Ryan the Garbage Man says the Aaron Rodgers interview with Tucker was really good. Oh, that would be good. When did Tucker have Aaron Rodgers on? Bird Collector says, what did Aaron say? I wasn't really listening. Exactly. Perfect. Honky says, is it Raleigh's, the former friend that might be coming back to the show? No. I mean, I can tell you who it is. It's my buddy Benny. My buddy Benny is thinking about coming back, which is very exciting. I'm going to catch up with Benny, and we're going to get that all taken care of. And then hopefully June 1st, we got Benny back in the mix. Adam with $5 says, thanks for everything, Sid, over on PayPal. Thank you very much. Yeah, guys, we're doing a thing. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks on PayPal or Super Chats or whatever it is. And just as a way to thank Sid for how generous he's been so he doesn't have to do anything today, give him a chance to just take the day off and enjoy the show. 255 is the number today. Do me a favor, get us down under 200 by 8 o'clock, and we are looking good. If you're feeling generous today and you like the show, throw in a couple of bucks. So this was Stern's response to Jerry Seinfeld. Because, again, you had Jerry coming on saying Howard's been outflanked by podcasts. And then Howard's retort was, you would think like old school, like 90s or early 2000s Howard, it's on. There's going to be a Howard Stern, Jerry Seinfeld beef. It's going to be long and arduous. And Howard was the master of these like year-long storylines that would culminate with that person coming into the studio. He did it with Andrew Dice Clay. He did it with a lot of people he was feuding with. The guy Billy West took Ren and Stimpy from. Howard brought him on for an hour. It's one of the most uncomfortable times in Howard Stern show history, because the guy who created Ren and Stimpy got Billy West to do the voices. I think he was just Ren at first. Eventually, he became both Ren and Stimpy, but he was one and not the other. And then Nickelodeon or whoever had Ren and Stimpy, like, tried to get more control of the show and give these guys more money to do it. And the creator was like a really gay, artsy type. He's like, no, we're not going to give away control of our creation to a team of writers. We're going to write it ourselves. Right, Billy? And Billy West was like, I will sign here. I will sign here. I will sign here. Do I sign here or do I initial? Okay, initial there. Billy West. Okay, good. I'm sorry. What was that? We're leaving, right, Billy? Ooh, can't. I have a contract. Sorry. So Billy kind of did this guy dirty. And Howard Stern ended up having this guy. I think his name was like John Krasinski or something like that. And Howard had him on the show, and he didn't tell Billy about it, and it was really uncomfortable. Like, Howard would do shit like that. But now with this Jerry Seinfeld thing, we've got like 70-some-year-old Howard Stern. Let's see how he handles Jerry Seinfeld clearly shitting on him in that podcast and then trying to walk it back. Here's Howard's response.
Interviewer, and that I'm not a comedian, and now comedians have podcasts, and comedians are, funnier or something than me. So I read it, and I went to my wife, oh, that's weird, because Jerry's like a personal friend of ours, and especially his wife, Jessica, is really good friends with Beth. They text each other regularly, and long story short, I read it, and I went, oh, shit. But I wasn't going to even, I didn't care. I mean, I was just kind of like, oh.
Call you about it after I read it. I said,
well, who cares? I mean,
have a good weekend. And
I will say this. Howard does have a healthy attitude about it, though. That's what I always say when you guys come in here and said, so-and-so did an emergency episode. I'm like, yeah, and? What'd they do? They said they didn't like the things you were doing. Okay, get in line. Anything else? Well, no. All right, then.
Yeah, well, it's like
with that crap.
But I said to my wife, this is weird. Like, Jerry just,
You just talked to him.
I just talked to Jerry. What's going on here? And then I thought, well, I'm not even going to get it. But I think he came off a really bad week. Let's put it that way. Jerry called me immediately and was like, oh, fuck, I fucked up. And I want to apologize. And he goes, when you're on the air and shit just comes out wrong. I was trying to say, you're this interview. I said, Jerry.
I really hate that Howard's boring now. I know a lot of you like to shit on Howard, but he was a big deal to me. And I'm not happy that he sucks now. It sucks that he sucks now. I want Howard to not suck anymore. And unfortunately, he sucks. We need him to stop doing that.
You don't even have to. Please. This is embarrassing. I am the king of going on the air and having millions of regrets afterwards. Apology accepted. I don't care. And you know what? If if I'm not a comedian, I'm an interviewer. I don't know what I am. I always considered myself a bit of a comedian. But whatever it is, don't worry about it. And he apologized for a really long time.
Old Howard would have still shit on Jerry Seinfeld. Old Howard Stern would have had Jerry Seinfeld on the show and said, let's fucking talk about this, you piece of shit. Why'd you say what you said? He'd still be friends with Jerry, but he'd fuck with him. Old Howard would definitely fuck with Jerry Seinfeld for saying that. Have him in on the couch, or he'd talk a little shit on his show, or he'd do something. Now it's just Howard literally going, well, he said something, and he called me, and I said, don't even worry about it. I get it. I understand 100%. Don't you worry.
He says, can I come on the show today and apologize? I said, not necessary. I don't want to get into it.
Why? This is what I mean. Howard is incapable of doing, he's incapable of doing good radio anymore. Oh my God, Howard. Hey, Jerry Seinfeld just said something controversial that's getting a lot of play on TMZ and other places. Should we have Jerry on the show today to apologize? Could be really interesting. Nah, don't even worry about it. We don't need to worry about Jerry coming on the show. I'm not hurt by it. Yeah, but it could be great content, Howard. That's what Howard used to worry about. He used to worry about if stuff would be good for the audience. Now it's like his everyday therapy. My therapy shit is boring. That's why I don't bring it to the show, and because then the therapy won't work. But, like, I need to bring the reasons I need therapy to this show, not my therapy. See, that's kind of where Howard went wrong, is Howard got into this spot where he used to do the things that showed us why Howard Stern needs to be talking to a mental health professional. And that's good. That's funny. But at some point, he turned it into, well, here's what I'm doing with my mental health professional. And you're like, no, stop it. Have Jerry Seinfeld on. Let you two beef about it. Let you two talk shit about it. Let each other bust each other's balls about it. Don't just go, oh, he called me and I said, it's fine. Don't worry. It's like fucking Eeyore is hosting a radio show now.
It's awkward. It's fine. I said, I've had to apologize you for shit to you for shit I've said. I've had to call up people and apologize for shit I've done on the air when I'm a huge fan of these people. And I don't know what gets into me. I fuck up sometimes. Jerry. So it wasn't really that big a deal. I didn't really think much about it.
So, this is the problem we're having. So, as a take by a human being, what Howard Stern just did there was incredibly grown up and civilized and awesome. As a human, as an entertainer, it sucks a fucking dick. It's awful. It's, as a radio, as a way to handle your personal issues with people, that's good. As a way to host a radio show that someone pays you $100 million a year to do, that's toilet. It's shit. Civilian, and I don't think Carl said either of those things. You prove it to me. April's parents' hobby farm says Howard died in 2012. You know what people are doing now? I want to talk about this. I've got people who are like, hey, man, like listeners and shit that are like, hey, man, sorry you're going through this divorce. Sorry you're going through a tough time. Here's a really hot chick I know for you. I love this about people. They send me like pictures of like, hey, do you like her? I know her. She's fucking hot. Like it's a dating service. And they're like, they're all assuming that it's like a slave auction and I can just pick whichever one I want. Like, it's not like I got to meet them and be nice and charming and make them attracted to me and whatever. It's not that. It's just, hey, dude, this chick's really hot, right? I know her. You got this. It's like, what the? I appreciate it. April's parents' hobby farm literally sent me this picture of a woman he knew. And he goes, oh, yeah, she's an in-law. She's in my family. She goes, you'll be coming to Christmas this year. And I looked at the picture he sent me, and I went, fuck you. And he goes, dude, I'm just kidding about the Christmas thing. I'm like, no, fuck you that you're related to someone who looks like that. That's not, it's insane. So I got people sending me shit all the time. What I'm trying to say is there's a difference between, hey, I know this really hot person. Here's this really gorgeous, beautiful woman. And then saying, hey, man, here's this gorgeous, beautiful woman. She's yours. Just grab her like King Kong did Fay Ray and climb up a building. I appreciate the vote of confidence. I really do. But, we got to. And then also, don't show me the person and then not set me up. Don't leave that part up to me. I'm going to look creepy. Hey, man, here's your socials. It's like if I just start friending and writing on these socials, I'm going to look like a fucking creepazoid. Grease the skids, if you will. Coctiv said, this is the real Howard. We were all duped. I believe that too. I believe the Howard in the 90s and 2000s was a character. I do believe he was trying to be what he thought an everyman wanted him to be. And I do think there's something to that. Hitler Diff says, do you have to rub those tiny hats on your head like balloons to get them to stick on your stupid... Jesus, Hitler Diff. Oh, my God. What is going... Hitler Diff is really letting it loose today. Pool Scam Sam says Beetlejuice actually gets more clicks and followers than Howard. Yeah, isn't Beetlejuice like big on TikTok or something? I think Beetlejuice became like a TikTok celebrity somehow. Bobby Baloney says, worst thing a rock star can do is get clean. Yeah. Eaton Clam says, bring back blackface, Howard. Dash says, Howard should say, I agree with my friend Jerry. I'm a stooge. That would be good. Pool Scam Sam says, Howard goes to therapy 4 days a week for 40 years. It's not working. Phantom X says, Aaron, you looked up to Howard, but let's be real. He's like how old wrestlers are compared to the new wrestlers. Even in their prime, they just can't hang with the modern guys. It do be like that, bro. You know what? I've heard it do be like that. I've heard that it do indeed be like that. July is Better says, will you be doing more shows with Nick now? Could be interesting since he's a lawyer, considering your situation. Will I be doing more shows with Nick now? Let's see. Should we? You know what? Let's sit down and answer this question. Fine. I believe, without saying too much, that Nick and I became fast friends. We did. Anytime there are families, couples that become friends, and there's a divorce, it makes things weird. And that's all I'll say. Am I against doing shows with him down the road? No, I'm not. There's a conversation or two that would need to take place. But am I against it? I ain't rushing out to do one with him right now. No, absolutely not. But that's just because, you're caught up in the middle of something. Not even necessarily your fault, but caught up in the middle of something. And like I said, there need to be some conversations. I'm not like an everything is permanent type of guy. I'm very much like Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon always said, hey, if it makes dollars, it makes sense. Or, if we can work together and draw some money, we'll work together and draw some money. And that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I would love to. I mean, it would be nice to, help him kind of learn how to do stand-up and, do all that and, have him be an asset to Steel Toe comedy shows and things like it. But, yeah, there would need to be some conversations, I think. Cheeseburger Pie with $2 says, just do everyone knows Aaron does have Snapchat. That's going to be helpful. It's going to be helpful. Tin Man Taylor says, you stay the fuck away from my family. I get it. I understand. Mussolini Diff says, Aaron, we are just looking out for you. We totally don't want you to see you carry over any baggage from the previous for our sadistic entertainment. I can tell you, this is the best I've ever felt after any kind of breakup. After my first divorce, I jumped into a relationship right away, and my head was all over the fucking place after my first divorce. All over the place. And the person I was with definitely deserved better. Like I said, that was the most adult, well-adjusted, like perfect relationship I've probably ever been in. But because of all the extenuating circumstances around me and how I poorly handled it, I could have, someone asked earlier today, could you have used therapy after your first divorce? 1,000%. Absolutely. But, you get, that if that would have happened, then the butterfly effect, there's a lot of things that don't. I definitely never meet April. If I go to therapy after my first divorce, she would never, probably wouldn't have had a chance to meet me, because I think that relationship after the first marriage would have worked out and been very, very good. But then also not doing that, and then that falling apart, and then jumping to April right after that was definitely not healthy, definitely not good, but we had so much fun together. We had such a great time together. And, and until the end, really. But yeah, if I would have done therapy after the first divorce, I probably would have ended up marrying the woman I was with after the first wife, more than likely. SH says, oh, Aaron, I think I have the perfect woman for you. She's 22, no kids, and her boyfriend is in jail. She needs to be rescued. Save her from herself. No more rescuing. Oh, man. Aaron has the third wheel at the Rackets house. Wait, wouldn't there be 4 of us at the, Oh, I'm not going to. Well, no, guys, I'm not talking shit about anybody. Come on. Let's not say mean things about people. Kyle says, oh, no, I'm not. No. Nope. No, that's not what I'm saying, King Kong Dong. Not at all. Someone asked me if we would do a comedy show together. Yes. There would definitely need to be conversations that would need to happen, but yes, like I said, I'll never shut down money. Geese Artel says, I think your first wife was hotter, probably because I'm old and like the mom look. I'm a piece of shit. What are you going to do? Toolman Mike says, I was divorced twice by 28, didn't remarry until I was 40, been with her 19 years. Attaboy. All right, guys, 255 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for your contributions. If you want to throw a little something in, we appreciate it. We'll hopefully get that knocked out today. Ooh, we're about halfway through. So we got moving really fast early on, and we've kind of stagnated since then. Let's go on a little rally here and knock things out. Okay, I think we've got we're all caught up. We got everybody thanked. Okay, let's keep going. Ted says, I used to think Rover from Rover's Morning Glory in Cleveland was the most low-effort, limp-wristed homo hack in radio, but you have usurped the crown. All hail King Gay F-word, says Ted. I'm the king. I'm the king. Oh, boy. Don't monetize the next one, says Cowpote. Is that the Cowpote? Oh, I love Cowpote's a good guy. I miss Cowpote. All right, let's go to one of my favorites. Tiffany Henyard, the mayor of Dalton, Illinois. Tiffany Henyard is she's back in the news because she's not back at her job. She's out, and she might be out. They might have replaced her as mayor. This is, if you haven't been watching this, it's really fascinating. So Tiffany Henyard is this, she's the mayor of Dalton, Illinois, but she's also on the county board of trustees. She's like a county commissioner. She rakes in a combined $200,000 a year. And she also will take money from the city and give it to her cancer charity group, which we can't we can't rule out that that's not just a way for her to embezzle money back into her pocket. She also takes like her cronies in the city out to Las Vegas and pays for it with city money. She takes off-duty cops out walking with her as she drops off bottled water in the neighborhood and then pays them overtime out of the city budget. So this woman has just been an absolute nightmare to the budget of the city of Dolton, Illinois, and does not give a fuck. Not only that, but she's also covered up for people who are being accused of R-wording. She's been covering up for crooked politicians, and she's been punishing anyone who speaks out. She's been like trying to get them to lose their job, censoring them, whatever. And it's gotten so bad that now the FBI is involved. The FBI has now come in, started investigating her, the way she's handling money, the way she's covering shit up. And yesterday, I guess shit hit the fan, and she wasn't at the city council meeting. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. Let's get our goal knocked out today, and let's do some Tiffany Henyard coverage.
Tonight, the feud between village trustees and embattled Mayor Tiffany Henyard widened. Henyard was not present at tonight's special village board meeting. In her absence, a majority of Dolton's trustees named Jason House the mayor pro tem so he can do things like sign contracts and pay bills. They also say Henyard continues to ignore important village business, and taking this action was necessary to make sure Dolton still functions and residents can receive services.
So they've signed a thing that basically makes there's like a fill-in mayor now that can sign shit that they pass. So they haven't stripped her of her power. Like, she can come back to any meeting she wants and she can do whatever she wants. I'm sure what's happened is Tiffany Henyard's lawyers have gone, you're not going to any more fucking meetings. Because every time Tiffany Henyard goes to a meeting, she has this gold-covered microphone and she just starts shitting on people. And she starts saying shit that isn't true, that can be disproven in a court of law. And so when she goes to these meetings and she starts shitting on people and she starts going off, it's not exactly helping the whole FBI investigation thing. So I'm guessing what her lawyers are telling her is, shut the fuck up. You're not going to the meeting. Stop it. We're going to see if we can wait till this FBI storm just clears. Because the last time she was at a meeting, she fucking fired Lori Lightfoot as the city's special investigator into the shit she was doing wrong. It never looks good when you fire the people investigating you for doing the wrong shit. It makes it look like you're covering up for doing the wrong shit. It's like, remember when people said that Donald Trump should fire Robert Mueller as the special investigator into the Russia connection and all that? And Trump was like, no, I'm not going to do that. He couldn't do that. You look guilty when you fire the guy who's in charge of investigating you. And it was the right move, because when Mueller's report came out, it was a big nothing. It wasn't a big deal at all. But like this Tiffany Henyard, they go, all right, we got an idea. We're bringing in former mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, to investigate Tiffany Henyard. Tiffany Henyard goes to the meeting. She goes, nope, where's my gavel? Nope, absolutely not. She's fired. Get her the fuck out of here. And then so all the lawyers for Tiffany Henyard were probably like, look, bitch, we're under FBI investigation right now. You can't just go firing the people looking into you. It makes you look guilty. You're staying home. So now the city of Dolton has signed a mayor pro tem so that they can get city business done, because you can't even get shit signed and authorized unless the mayor puts their name on it.
We're not trying to circumvent, and we can't circumvent what the Constitution says. However, we've seen in many cases where the mayor's just not doing her job, and we want to make sure that we have a backup plan so that we're not reacting. We're trying to be a little bit more proactive.
Mayor Henyard is widely expected to veto the action taken at tonight's meeting, as she's done previously. We have reached out to Henyard for comment, but have not heard back.
So they go ahead and sign a mayor pro tem so they can get shit signed, and then she comes back for the next meeting so she can veto it. And then she'll leave again, and then they'll pick another one, and then she'll come back and she'll veto it. And oh my God. Imagine being a citizen of that city right now. It's fucking embarrassing.
So, there you have it. Mayor Henyard was a no-show at Monday's board meeting. Yes, she went AWOL, apparently. And the trustees are accustomed to Mayor Henyard's tardiness, and she has missed some meetings in the past. but the trustees have reported that her absences have become far too frequent. Now, this could mean absolutely nothing, or it could beg the question, has the self-appointed supermayor thrown in the towels and said goodbye to the tumultuous relationships that she has with the trustees, the village of Dalton, and Thornton Township? And really quickly,
why do we have like fun, like hippy dippy weirdo fucking music in the background? Why are we doing elevator music in the background of a news story? Okay, I guess it's your channel. Yeah, she's done, man. She's on her last legs. The FBI, this is like the classic case of the dragnet just closing in on someone and just slowly, this is Hitler in the bunker at this point. She's just trying to enjoy the last days of Mayor Tiffany Henyard. And then starts the trial and the arrest and the going to prison and all of that shit. I mean, it is mind-boggling. When they tell you the shit she's just done brazenly out in the open, you just go, fucking, like, how is she still walking the streets? She's a huckster. She's a con artist.
if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. I have a goal of 5K.
So
one more week to get.
Oh, so she's not like the. I thought she was like the Fox News person. Okay, she's just like the commentator for the Fox News stuff. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, she's Hitler Diff says I would have escaped to Brazil with so much loot. Yeah, for sure. Hitler would have been out of there. He knows when to ski fucking daddle. Real quick, wrapping up the Howard Stern stuff. Dennis Archibuk says Howard has always been a celebrity kiss ass. Old Howard would have blown Jerry to have him on his show. Well, maybe. You might be right. Colt C says Tiffany Henyard clearly never played SimCity 3000. No, she didn't. Although she did play the Super Nintendo one, which is why before she leaves, she's going to unleash a Bowser on the city. Not good. The Smokeout Prod says, I do say you seem to have a very positive attitude about the situation. Yeah, it was, look, man, it was in a bad place at the very end. You know, and it's best for everyone to remember the good times and walk away. Has the realization hit you that all of your friends are trying to bang April? I don't think they are. A lot of my friends are married. A lot of my I don't believe they're trying to bang her. If they are, no. Bobby Baloney says, she's going to be allowed to get away with a lot. Should be interesting to see how far they're willing to actually go for her. I don't know. I don't think that Tiffany Henyard's going to be able to get away with much. Ryan Watson says, I'm still trying to figure out how a shitbag like her has a job of any kind. See, that's where you need to blame the people of Henyard a little bit, too, because she just came in, hey, y'all, I want to be y'all mayor. And instead of them going, she sounds retarded, we're not voting for her, that'll be a disaster. They voted for her, so in a way, this is kind of their fault. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says Mueller was working for Trump the whole time. QAnon told me. Oh. Plankton says, you got that wrong, Aaron. Trump did try. I hate to, rip off Yoda, but do or do not. There is no try. If he wanted to do it, he could have done it. I don't think Trump really tried that hard to get that done. Bobby Baloney says, this is how it goes. You think this is the last days, but then she's there for another year. Sean says, I can't read that. Amanda Hugginkiss says, so how is your young sports twink doing today? Is he a good cook? Who's the young sports twink? I don't mind gay jokes. Just be very specific about who I'm butt fucking. J Bra says, can I bang her and still be a friend of the show? Guys, I said we're just talking about me. Stop. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, hypothetical, if Carl were getting divorced, how many of Carl's friends would be lining up to bang his Alf? Wow, come on. I'm not that guy. Geese Hartel says, DM'd me to meet for drinks this weekend. I told her no. I'm Team Aaron. Wow, you are you're a good man, Citizen M. You're a good man. God, you guys are fucking nasty. All right, let's continue on. Thank you. We got a few thank yous to throw out here. Eaton Clams with $20. No need to read on air. I need to contribute once in a while because I appreciate the stories and the chat in the morning. Stay strong. Channel your emotions into your work and good things will happen. Well, that's what we're doing. You see that the background has gotten better. The camera's gotten better. We are getting there. And I am doing more with the show than I ever have before. We got my buddy Benny might be coming back. We got a landscaping company we're going to start working with here in a little while. Again, I really am hoping to drop that goal next month. My plan is $50 per morning show. Or eliminate a goal for one evening show. Which one? Okay. Which one would you rather have? Would you rather have $50 to $75, or was it $75 to $100? I can't remember. $75 to $100 per morning show, or one goal-free evening show. Or I guess we could cut the evening show goals by $150, $200, something like that. I don't fucking know. You know what? I'll do the math again later. How's that? Thank you very much to Eaton Clams for the $20. That puts us where? 235 away from today. Guys, keep us going. King Kong Dong says per morning show. Amanda Hugginkiss says eliminate a night goal. This coolest cats ever guy does not like me at all. He thinks I'm an asshole. Jack the Tripper says, or you could just go work with the landscaping company. You know what, Jack the Tripper? That was a good one. That got me. That one was effective. All right, 235 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. If you feel like pitching into our show, we really do appreciate it. Thank you to Eaton Clams for the $20. We get a few more of those. We're good to go, guys. All right, Donald Trump news today. Got that trial going on in New York. And now Cohen, Michael Cohen is on the stand. That turncoat piece of shit, Michael Cohen. You may not know this about me. I may hide it very well. But I am not an astute master of the law. By the way, about 800 of you, a little less than 800 of you watching the show at the moment. Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody hit subscribed. I appreciate it. When it comes to, by the way, thank you, Dub07 with the $2 in the chat. I appreciate that. You need to bring back this big steel toe flag in the background. Oh. You know, I steel toe flag in the background. Did I lose that somewhere? I don't know where the steel toe flag is. Oh, unfortunate. All right, let's get into this Trump thing. I'm not an astute legal mind, so I don't understand what the crime is here with the Trump thing, with the Stormy Daniels deal. I don't get it. So, as I understand it, Michael Cohen gave Stormy Daniels the hush money, and then Donald Trump paid Michael Cohen as his lawyer, paid him legal fees. And then Trump filed those, budgeted those under legal expenses. Okay. Sounds fine. Right? Like, isn't that, that's okay? That's cool for him to do? Apparently not. Like, he can't do it. His lawyer can't pay someone off and then Donald Trump reimbursed them because then that's part of a payoff thing, or it's like fraud or something. Why can't you fuck someone and then go and then they negotiate a contract where they're like, I won't tell anybody we did this, give me this much money, and then the other side agrees? Like, why can't we just do that? There's nothing wrong with again, not a legal mind. There's a very good chance that what I just described there is a felony. Coolest cat ever. We get it. Trump Kennedy 2024. I'm going to cut you loose, buddy. I'm sorry. That's like 15 fucking times. You said Trump Kennedy 2024. We get it. Autism's a bitch, and Trump and Kennedy will work great together. They disguised political expenses. Okay, here's Toastmaster. That's what I need. I need anti-Trump people in my chat right now to tell me what's going on. Toastmaster says they disguised political expenses as legal expenses, violating campaign finance laws. Oh, okay. Coltrane says nobody understands it because they've never said what crime he's been charged with. It's assumption. Coltrane says, Bobby Baloney says it's just government trying to make a crime out of a non-crime. I know that's not a satisfactory answer, but that's literally what it is. Toastmaster says you can pay someone to be quiet. You can't disguise the payment as something else and funnel it through a company to hide the origin of that payment. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says all these trials are creating precedents. Precedents bite you in the ass down the line. Well, yeah, that New York State Senator guy who made the law about, like, E. Jean Carroll being able to sue Donald Trump. Like, she wouldn't have been able to sue him under the current law. And then he got it changed, and now he's being sued by someone accusing him of the same thing, and he's having to go through it, and now he's railing against the law. It's perfect. All right, so Michael Cohen was on the stand yesterday, and he was testifying in the Trump trial. We got some CNN coverage of this. I want you to tell me if CNN is covering this like a fair arbiter of what's going on, or if you think maybe, just maybe, CNN might have a dog in this fight and they're being a little biased against Donald Trump. I'm not going to set it up in any way. We're just going to watch their analysis of Michael Cohen's testimony and see if they're just covering the news or jacking off. Are these people having sex or weightlifting?
Do you think the prosecution has proven its case?
I don't. I don't think they have.
Ooh. You know what? Good start for CNN. I haven't watched this clip yet. Maybe they really are just covering the news. Because if CNN was here just to shit on Trump, that would have been an easy answer. Oh, yeah, they've proven it beyond a shadow of a doubt. 100%. This is garbage. Donald Trump is guilty as fuck. And then if he gets acquitted, CNN can go, a miscarriage of justice. We must burn down Walmarts.
Cases are like a roller coaster, and you may have a good day, and you may have a good direct examination of a witness, and then cross-examination comes, and you sort of drop to the bottom again. And I think that's where they are. The idea that sort of Trump is saying, do what you just do and take care of it, I don't think that's really crosses the line of where the prosecution needs to be.
Right, like Donald Trump telling Michael Cohen, just do it. That doesn't exactly prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he broke the law. So that's kind of a flimsy deal. And if you can't get a conviction of Trump out of Michael Cohen, I mean, he's the fucking guy who organized the whole thing.
And I say that because they also talked about Alan Weisselberg and his input into what would be done and setting up the company and even the tape recording that we heard from Cohen when he tape recorded his client, which I thought was ridiculous. But,
that's a real trustworthy lawyer, by the way. You've got a really good representation when he's recording everything you're saying to him. Hey, it shows real trust for your client. You know what? I got to record him just in case we ever have a falling out. I can really burn the fucker. That's a good lawyer right there. Lawyers are supposed to be like your priests. You can tell them whatever, and then they fuck you in the ass.
That to me was sort of it really cut both ways, frankly, I think more for the defense because it says, I've talked to Alan, everything's fine, this is what we're going to do. And then he tells the jury today, and the court, he says, I told Trump and I kept him up to date on everything that was going on, except the fact that he was taping him. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's lying again. He's already started lying again. So I don't think they've gotten there. They've got to get to the
Wow, so CNN's really kind of getting Trump's back on this one. They're basically saying this Cohen kind of comes off like a piece of shit. And not only that, like all of his legal team is telling him this is cool, this is okay, we're taking care of it, so on and so forth. So it almost seems like Michael Cohen should be in the defense than Donald Trump.
Place where they say, look, Trump knew that the records were going to be falsified. He had actually some input and direction into that specific part, not just paying off, his former relationship, but, that he had
I love that. He paid off his former relationship. that what you crazy kids are calling it nowadays? It's a relationship? He fucked a porn star. It's probably, dude, being single is being in a relationship more than fucking a porn star. Are you out of your mind?
Hand in falsifying these records or directing someone to do that, not just to sort of clean up his mess that was outside of his marriage.
Oh, that's right. Donald was married at the time, too. Also, a great way to find out that Melania Trump definitely married to Donald for love. And Anna Nicole married for love. I mean, when you're sitting there like, I fucked a porn star and I paid her off. And then Melania's like, yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You gave me a kid. We're good. Going to go walk around, be hot places. Landers over on Rumble says, yeah, and Cohen was found guilty of lying to the government. It's become clearer every day Cohen did it all on his own. He clearly has had it out for Trump, and it's gay and hilarious. Well, I mean, to me, it just sounds like Michael Cohen did this thing where he kept telling Trump it was taken care of. It's okay. It's legal. It's cool. And Trump was like, great. Okay, do it. So I don't know if Michael Cohen's the most trustworthy guy to come to in terms of like, hey, we're going to bury Trump. We're going to get Trump. We're going to, prove that he was doing something illegal. So you go to the guy who did probably the most illegal part of it. Curious how that recording is allowed under attorney-client privilege, says Coltrane. That's a little unnerving to me, too. That should be like a disbarment thing, shouldn't it? Like, shouldn't the bar come down on you hard for that one? For taping your client? Toastmaster says Cohen already went to prison related to this conduct. Oh. I haven't been paying enough attention. Well, that's why he wants to bury Trump then. He wants his revenge that he had to go to jail and Trump isn't. 2:35 away from this morning's goal. Could you guys do us a favor? Could you knock that down? Could we get that all hammered out? If you're feeling really generous this morning, I do appreciate it. I feel like we got a great show going. We've only got 3 more goals to hit after today, or after this show. So knock out that 235. I appreciate it. You want to throw some money our way? That is cool. You want to become a VIP? You want the 3 steel toe t-shirts and the hoodie and the 5.5-inch vinyl stickers and all of that shit? $250 in a week gets you a steel toe VIP. You get 2 tickets to each one of our live events, plus free entry into a $100 drawing. Thank you guys very much. Let's all rally. Let's throw in a few bucks because we got about an hour 40 left and we're 235 away. I say we get inside of 150 and I'm feeling pretty comfortable. So thank you guys very much. If you're enjoying the show and you want to throw a couple of bucks in the offering plate our way to show your appreciation. Los Federales says, would you rather smash Melania or Jackie O in her prime? Wow. Jackie O or Melania? I'm going to go Melania. Unique Name says, you have live events? Yes, we have our anniversary show Saturday, August 10th at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. We're going to have Gino and Keanu are going to come out. I'm going to, I've made overtures to Corey Adam to come. Matt's going to be there. Johnny's going to be there. I'm hoping to get Adrian Washington out to that event and do the steel toe roast of me. It's been 10 years that we've been doing steel toe. So all the people who came to this show in the last year or so are like, it's going to die. It never fucking dies. It's the curse that I'll be doing forever and ever. So yes, it's going to be a really fun night, and we hope you guys come out and celebrate with us. And also in the afternoon, we're going to have the cornhole tournament as well. King Kong Dong says, you son of a bitch, I will be in a poker tournament. Well, you're going to miss our 10-year celebration. 235 away from today's goal. Let's knock that out. Somebody said mods knock out the goal. I like that idea. Mods, click the PayPal and just start throwing in. I like that challenge. SH says, will there be a bouncy house? No. You ain't getting my money, says, where'd it go? Oh, no. You got to pay for Gino and Keanu's flight. When they come here for fun or like the Vikings games or stuff like that, no. But when they come here to perform, yes, I pay them as performers. I don't like my friends don't just come here and go, yeah, I'll work for free. So yeah, we pay them enough that they can get out here, have a good time, have some fun, do the show, and have a good time. Gannon Jesus Christ says, oh no, we're not reading. That's stupid. That's silliness. Michael B says, I am paying the show as in just being a nice guy. Is that your payment, Michael B? Because I feel like you're behind on said payment, if I may. 235 is the number. I would really like it if everybody threw in right about now and we went on a nice rally and we settled the nerves just a little bit. All right, let's go to CNN's. CNN interviewed an actual judge this time. A former judge testified on Michael Cohen's first day of testimony. So I included this clip because in my head I went, all right, let's give CNN two chances to be fair. And in that first clip, it felt like they were fair. They asked that judge a question. He gave them that lawyer a question. He gave them an answer. It was very critical of the prosecution. Now let's see if they brought on this black female judge to shit on Trump. I mean, I could make guesses, but when you assume, you make an asshole out yourself. Let's go ahead and play this clip.
What do you expect the defense to hit on beyond Michael Cohen's credibility when they do their cross of him? Do you think that they will try to undermine some of the evidence? What do you think their focus will be? Again, beyond credibility, which I expect will be their obvious focus.
Sure. There are three important parts. There are only three important parts to a trial. There's documentary evidence, that's auto recordings, transcripts, invoices, emails, copies of checks. There's witnesses' testimony, and then the third important part are jury instructions. So the witness testimony is really, jurors are fact finders. So they're gathering facts. They have documents, and now they're listening to the witnesses. So what the defense is going to do with Michael Cohen is try to shake that testimony. One, yes, credibility, but also, I mean, their position, and I think it's an unfortunate one, is as Donald Trump's position is none of this happened. Nothing. He's just denying everything. So it's really going to be hard for them, given the documentary evidence that's already in, to show that Michael Cohen is a liar. I just think they want the jury to dislike him so much that they just don't want them to give any time to him, in which case...
I got to say this about CNN. They're covering this pretty right down the middle. I'm surprised at how straight up they're being with this one. I really didn't think that... I thought this was just going to be a bash Trump fest. What does that mean for the prosecution then? Like, if you've even got CNN who's like, they want Trump in jail as bad as anyone else. So if they've got these people on going, we'll see, it's not that tough. It seems like it's going fine for him or whatever. This seems like this is heading toward an acquittal. Need Trump says, did I just hear you right, Aaron? Adrian Washington? Yeah. It's, I'm going to try to get Adrian out to the anniversary show. I think it would be fun. The CB experiment said, that's cool. Every anniversary you have for Steel Toe will remind you of your divorce. How cool. It's August 10th. I think that's a long ways away from May. Ryan Watson says, Aaron, you owe me money for watching this shit show. I'll take ClickCoin. I don't have any. I lost all my ClickCoin. Went right through my fingers down the sewer drain. Smokeout Prod says, I don't agree that Donald Trump has denied the whole thing. He denies being aware of the payoff prior to it happening, but she didn't represent Trump's position fairly. Either way, I think the way CNN is covering this shows that this might not work out. Again, the way that the media wants it to. It really is, like, once again, it's just every time. It's fucking Groundhog's Day. These people keep going, this is it, we're going to get him. This is it, we're going to get him. And then guess what? They don't get him. Every single fucking time. Sparky Rose says, if we're going full old school, bring back Whiskey Pete, Adrian, and Zach. Ooh, that's a good idea. See if Whiskey Pete will come out for the 10th anniversary too. Oh, these guys, you're giving me a lot of great ideas here. There's a lot of possibilities. Coltrane says, my mod check cleared and throws us $5. Thank you for the $5, buddy. I accept. 230, by the way. Help us out. Help us get down there. Let's go on a big rally, guys. If you got some money to throw Steel Toe will take your money because listener donations is how we keep this thing alive. And I mean, I'm excited about the meetings that I can take. I'm excited about the new people we might add, but as far as the bottom line of this show, not the best. Not the best. We've got some things coming off the books in the next month or so, which is going to help us a lot. We need to get through this really shitty time. That's about it. We need to get through this really shitty time in the show, and then we'll be back to comfortable again for the first time in what seems like fucking years. Oh my God, it's been a long time. We've been running this thing fucking, hand to mouth for a couple of years now. I've been throwing some money in. Aaron's been dropping a couple bucks in here and there, but we're rededicated towards the show. So if you knock out these goals for us, I really appreciate it. You just got to get us through to the next part. Like I said, if we're Jack the Tripper says a very DSP beg right here. No. I'm not in danger of not paying my bills or anything like that. Jack the Tripper, here's what DSP doesn't understand. And this is what I never got about this guy. He's like, I got to pay my internet bill. I got to pay this bill. I got to pay that bill. It's like, you shouldn't be paying your bills with your business income. You should be paying your paycheck should come from your business income and then your personal income. Like I've always said that about Steel Toe. People are like, Steel Toe's going to die. It won't die. I can always take my own money and throw it in, give a little to Steel Toe and, whatever the gap is at the end. If we keep hitting our goals, if there's a little bit of a gap because I ordered a bunch of merch or something like that, I can fill that gap. Not a big problem. But just got to get some things off the books here and we'll be good. $4.99 from Rupert says, you're like NPR, but you're much nicer to the Jews. Wait, what? Oh, my God, I'm going to lose my reputation. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, Mod Tax, are you still holding my axolotl hostage, by the way? I miss him. Please let him go. King Kong Dong says, I'm glad you chose us over women 3 times now, Daddy. God. Oh, thank you, guys. I appreciate you're a very funny crowd. This audience has always helped through the hard times. That's for sure. Michael B says, my life mirrors Aaron. I am moving to Florida in June, making about 45% more, and my girlfriend is coming down in July or August to start her new gig. We are like twins, Daddy. Hey, there we go. Perfect. Giggles is becoming a Baby Boot member. Thank you very much, Giggles. That's very nice of you. Membership is huge. You make your membership recur, and we get enough, get that number going up. It drops the daily goal every month. So thank you, guys. 220 is our number. You guys are going on a great rally now. That's the start of a rally. Let's get it moving. Let's keep it going, and let's get that number down to 0. That guy says, well, you get rid of the woman. That should stop slowing you down. No, that's not. Now, why would you say that? Getting rid of the woman will stop slowing you down. That's a very dude thing to say. I understand that in the midst of a divorce, that's a very nice thing to say, to comfort someone. But it's not necessary, sir. It's not necessary to trash anyone. There's no need to be doing anything like that. I promise you. Everybody's happy. That's my thing. I just want everybody to be happy, healthy, all that stupid shit. Me, I'm a happy guy. I'm a happy dude, and I want everyone else to be as happy as I am, and we move on from there. All right. Alicia Green says, didn't that guy ridicule anyone suggesting his marriage would break up? Yeah, what am I supposed to do? Sit next to my wife and go, yeah, you guys are right. Let's get divorced. Of course not. You fight until the bitter end. And then when the bitter end is here, you go, well, those guys got it. What do? Moving on to the next thing. Got to dust yourself off. That's life, though. Like, so all these guys were like, yeah, they're going to get divorced. Like, yeah, we did. You nailed it. You fucking called it. Great job. Yeah, but didn't you say you guys wouldn't? Weren't you ridiculing people who said you would? Yeah, it's not like I, was like rooting for it. I wasn't sitting here going, yeah, man, let's fucking do it. What do you say? I think they're right. So then when you go to that place, you got to pick yourself up. You got to go on the internet and you got to go, oh, yep, that fucking sucked. Oh, boy, you guys, nailed that one. There, good. All right. Adam Simon, thank you for gifting a membership to King Kong Dong. Keep that rally fire going. It's Matt says $250 a month and you can be a supporter of the show and you won't get any shirts or anything in return. That's not true. I've got the merch order coming in now. For fuck's sake. That guy says just you and Gordy cuddling in bed now. How can you be so sure? How can you be so sure? He's like, because I look at you, you fuck. Alicia Green says, but you said things were great when people brought it up. Alicia, first of all, I will say this. Things went like bad south really fast. Like things got like really quick. They went from, hey, I feel, everything's great, good, blah, blah, to it was like Titanic hits iceberg, boom, gone. And then anything that was a problem from the past just like swelled up. Oh, man, it was a freak of nature type of thing. What are you going to do? The fraudster with $10 says, since you're solo today, how about Mike Lindell co-host? I see him creeping over there. I like Mike where he is. I like him just kind of creeping around, keeping an eye on things. I like the role he's playing right now. 2:15 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, fraudster. Appreciate it. Imagine living with Aaron. Shit gets real fast. Alicia Green says, anyway, glad you're handling it well. Yeah, we'll be fine. It's not my first rodeo. And by rodeo, I mean divorce. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, when is Gino calling off his engagement? I hope never. I love those two. They're fucking great. If those two don't work, it's over for humanity. It's done. Shut the F up. Karen becoming a member for 23 months says, always a member and VIP. Can't wait for my new merch. Yes, as soon as we get that new store up and we build up a little bit of a war chest, we are doing that. Okay. Let's get into some stories. I need you guys to keep going. You've gone on a little mini rally here. We got to 2:15. I don't know. Let's go. Let's get it down to 100. Fuck it. Let's go crazy. Let's get insane. Let's go on PayPal and just drop too much money. Cowpote said, where's my apology? I apologize to you, Cowpote. That guy says, ain't your first rodeo, ain't your last, LOL. Dr. Silverwolf says Titanic took hours. Lusitania would be more accurate. Thank you. Thank you so much for you correcting me on what a shipwreck this turned out to be. I didn't want to get my historical references wrong. Aaron, it wasn't 9/11. It was more like the Hindenburg because of the hydrogen gas and the... Thank you. I failed again. Failed twice at marriage, fails at marriage analogies. What a fucking asshole. Teacher accused of having sex with 2 students says she ruined her dream job with stupid mistakes. I mean, that's one way to put it. Stupid mistakes. Another way to put it is you kept fucking children. Like, stupid mistakes is like, yeah, when I ran the school shop, I took a couple of bucks out every now and then, or I stole a soda. That would be a stupid mistake. I don't know. I stopped grading papers and I just made up A's, B's, and C's and I fraudulently produced students' grades. That's a mistake. I think we got to go with something heavier than mistake for I fucked kids. It's just me. But a teacher accused of having sex with 2 teenage pupils. Oh, she fucked him in the eyes? Oh. Damn your eyes, man. Having sex with 2 teenage pupils has told a jury that she ruined her dream job with stupid mistakes. Yeah, but the mistakes are what made it your dream job, right? I mean, stop. Rebecca Joins denies having sex with the two boys, but admitted in Manchester Crown Court to having broken safeguarding rules by being in contact with them on Snapchat and having them back to her apartment in Salford Quays. Now, wait a minute. She's English, by the way. You didn't have sex with these two. You want us to believe you did not have sex with these two boys. However, what you did do was you were Snapchatting them and you invited them over to your house. But you didn't fuck them. Sure. Yeah. No, let's go with that. The 30-year-old was already suspended from her job and on bail for alleged sexual activity with boy A, 15, when she allegedly took the virginity of a second boy known as boy B, 16, who she later became pregnant by. You're still going to deny that you fucked these two and you're carrying their baby? Come on. This woman is fucking brazen. Joins denies that any sexual activity took place with boy A, whose semen was recovered from her bed sheets. All right, it's embarrassing now. How'd that get there? You guys planted that jizz in my sheets. That would never just be there organically. In court, she also maintains that the relationship with boy B only began after he had left school and she had lost her job, so no legal offense was committed. The court heard how she later wrote to boy B saying, oh, remember, guys, she's denying sexual contact here. Let's see. Oh, shit. All right, I got it. I was just figuring something out there. Join said, I'm sorry, I've got business dealings over here, and then I've got show stuff over here. Knock out the goal, and I'll cut the fucking bullshit. Sorry. The court heard how later she wrote to boy B saying, every inch of you is perfect. You are all I ever dream about. Oh, but you didn't fuck them. You were just admiring their statuesque qualities. Stop. This is making me uncomfortable. Join said, this was a year after he left school. I was in love with him. I was pregnant with his child. She also described teaching as her dream job, but said she had ruined her chance of working in the profession after making stupid mistakes. I'm sure when your baby grows up, they'll be really happy to read about this case. Find out about those mistakes. On Tuesday, the defendant was cross-examined by Joe Allman, prosecuting for a second day, as he pointed out similarities in both cases. Well, yeah, the similarities in both cases were that they fucked her. There she is. There's a picture of her. You know, not to cast aspersions. English women are dog ugly. How did the English end up with dog ugly bitches, but Ireland has cute ones? Did the Vikings just not make it over to Ireland and take all the beautiful women from there like they did England, or what? In both cases, the activity was a secret from their parents. Well, yeah. I mean, imagine you're like, oh, they go to the parents, they go, yeah, your son's, he's fucking his teacher. And you're like, yeah, I know. Why? Well, wouldn't you like us to put a stop to it? I mean, is anybody sick? I hear my wife and I have a grandbaby on the way. Now, she flirted with boy A, calling her... Oh, no, boy A flirted with her, calling her sexy, and boy B sent her a message saying, get your tits out. See, this is where we run into issues with these sex teacher stories, because part of you wants to go, oh, these boys are a victim, and oh, these boys were taken advantage of by an adult. But then you look at the text, and you're like, these guys are fucking pigs, dude. Like, this 16-year-old is an animal. He's like, pull your fucking tits out for me right now. Rub your clit with a dry erase marker, you fucking whore. Like, you start getting the text messages and you're like, let's see what these poor boys have been through. If you don't suck my cock until your mascara runs down your face, I swear to God, I'll choke you half to death. You're like, the fuck? What are these kids doing? My God, man. They're like, oh, these poor kids are victims and these boys didn't ask to be treated that way. If you don't worship my cock like it's a golden calf, I swear to God, I'll shove my thumb so far up your ass, you'll be shitting funny for a month. Oh, these poor victimized children. The fuck is going on? Cameron says, usually these female teachers sexing up young boys are hot. Well, you know. I mean, are you turning it down at 16? That's the question. Omega Dread says, that's not math or history class. No, it's not. Plankton says, great, now I'm hard. Sorry about that. Phantom X says, Aaron would say that. Mr. gets hard when he sees a woman crying. Well, you know. Spider Bite says, definitely getting that radio job. They understand what I'm doing now. They get it. Jay Warren says, the boys said that watching Stuttering John inspired them to bang their teacher. Guys, you know it's gay making Stuttering John references, right? Like that whole universe is fucking gay. I know you have to come out of it to come here, so we will tell you the truth. Anytime someone goes, oh, dude, I got a Stuttering John joke, you're a dork. Be better than but you're not a dork. You're being a dork. You're better than that. Colt C says, these stupid kids need to keep their mouth shut. No, these kids don't need to keep their mouth shut. These fucking dumb teachers need to stop Snapchatting everything. Or how about this? Don't fuck a 16-year-old and expect him not to say anything. Of course he's going to. He's 16 fucking years old. There's cum shooting out of his ears and eyeballs at all times. I'm sorry. This is going to happen. A legend? I don't think that means what you think it does, says Jabra. Look, the kids who fucked the teacher, they're going to be fine. The teacher is in a whole lot of trouble. And then she keeps lying about it. Like they're finding jizz everywhere and she's got a baby in her and she's got, come on. Guys, we are $215 away from today's goal. We need to knock this out. Oh, hold on. We got to go to Rumble. Lab Glass with $5 says, did I hear rally? I'll get my hood out. $5 from Lab Glass again says, more like cream job. Am I right? See, because dream job and cream job. All right, guys, 205 away. Here's what I'm asking. Knock the rest of it out. Band together. 4 of you with $50, 10 of you with $20. However you do it. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. Let's knock out that 205. April's Parents Hobby Farm says, these solo shows are so fucking good. I'm getting turned on for you a little. See? Getting back to the old school. Getting back to the old steel toe. I told you I could still do this shit. Had over 800 people checking out the show at a time. Oh my God, we're still over 800. Thank you guys very much. Now all we got to do is we've got to knock out the rest of the goal. That's all. Cheeseburger Pie says, speaking of radio jobs, I ran into Derek Lee last weekend, and he said, you have no chance, but he is kind of a troll. What the fuck would Derek Lee know about me and my chances at doing radio shit? I think I've probably had a few more conversations about it than he has. Spiderbite says, you got to stop with the constant goal talk. It'll come. Just do the show. It's good. I don't think it will, Spiderbites. I'm sorry. I don't think it will. But let's see. I'm going to shut the fuck up until 9:30, Spiderbites. How's that? And you know what? If they knock it out, if 9:30 all of it comes in, we keep doing a good show, I will apologize to you publicly on the air. And if by 9:30 that goal hasn't fucking moved, you can tell me, Aaron, I guess you were right. You have a smaller audience. You need to kind of get the cans out and rattle them a little bit. We'll make that bet right now. Spiderbites, let's accept that in the chat. He says deal. All right, there we go. There we are. All right, so we have 45 minutes. I'm shutting the fuck up right now about it. If by 9:30 this thing hasn't happened, then Spiderbites can tell me, well, I guess, your audience doesn't really throw in that much. And then if we get to 9:30 and that goal has moved like crazy and people have been clicking the links, then I'm going to tell Spiderbites, you know what? You were right. I was wrong. I got to change the way I do shit. I'm willing to admit it. So here we go. Back to the teacher story. What else is she fucking lying about, this whore? Instead of shutting down such behavior, Mr. Allman accused Joins of giving ambiguous responses. So these boys would write to her and say, get your tits out. I want to fuck them. And blah, blah, blah. Like just this 16-year-old crazy sex energy being thrown at her. And she's like, oh, boys. So she's not, before you start going in there and going, oh, these poor students, oh, they're being victimized, blah, 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 blah. I mean, they're basically pursuing her. And I'm sorry, I can only speak for myself at 16. I think 15's weird. I do. But I think over 16, knowing myself, I would have jumped at the opportunity. You know what? Maybe 17, because I lost my virginity at 17. I don't know if I would have done first time with the teacher. I don't know if I can do first time with the teacher. But now if we're talking about, you know, maybe you got a little experience and the teacher wants to, that would be a cross off the bucket list when I was in high school. That would be a big one. The ex-teacher maintained that sex with boy B only began after he had turned 16 and left school, and she had been dismissed from her job. So I didn't fuck him until I got fired for fucking students. I don't believe you. No. You see, I didn't fuck that 16. First of all, you fucked a 16-year-old. That's weird enough. You're 30 and you fucked a 16-year-old. That's strange enough. So then to make the excuse of, oh, no, but I didn't fuck him until after I left the school, that doesn't matter. But boy B told the jury that he was still at school. Joins straddled and kissed him at her apartment. And then on a second occasion, they had sex. So this guy ratted her out. All they had to do is basically tell the kid, she's saying you didn't fuck while she was teaching. He's like, yo, bro, I get pussy. I get lots of pussy. And I was getting pussy from her before I left school. I ain't gay. Now, this was after Joins had been arrested, suspended from her job, and bailed as police investigated allegations of contact with boy A. She claimed that boy B contacted her to see how she was, and she liked the attention, as she was lonely, and a friendship grew. The court heard they would go for walks, and he would visit her apartment, as she preferred staying in her apartment in Salford rather than with her parents. Well, I mean, that makes sense. How are you going to fuck 16-year-olds in your parents' house? They're going to think it's weird. Joins said, speaking to my family, I had made mistakes. I had basically ruined my chances with my dream job. So we didn't think about that before we put the high school junior's penis in our mouth. I don't really know if you should be leading future generations. Mr. Allman said that Joins had a supportive family, sister, and a best friend back home, but instead chose the company of a 15-year-old boy. How on earth can that second scenario be a draw for you, Mr. Allman's? Oh, that's the worst. You're on the stand and the lawyer's like, how is fucking a 15-year-old appetizing to you? You fucking pig. Meanwhile, the 15-year-old's in the balcony going, hey, what the fuck, dude? What's with the cock blocking? Oh, I'm not shitting on you, young man. Your teacher's a slag. That's all I'm saying. Joins said, I was stupid, but I did choose that option. Obviously, I was breaking my bail conditions. Bail conditions? That's breaking God conditions. I sucked minor dick. I don't think that's really, I mean, forget bail. That's just like life. You don't do it. He was a child. You were an adult. He was a pupil. You were a teacher. He lived with his mom and dad. They were not supposed to know about your liaisons with him. Who was controlling who? Oh, wow, she claimed that boy B, the one who knocked her up, became controlling. The 16-year-old was controlling you? Oh, boy. Boy B claims he tried to end the relationship but did not know how. So he called her a pedo and told her to find someone her own age. Dude, that's fucking awesome. I love these kids. They fuck their teacher and then call her a pedo. They get done, they're laying in bed, and she's like, do you want to cuddle? No, gross, you fucking pervert. Why don't you go find someone your own age, you fucking sex offender? He claimed emotional pressure came from Jones to keep their relationship going. Oh, man, you almost had it. You were almost free of that fucking pedo. Thank you to Spider Bites with $4.99. He says, donate. Prove me wrong. No more goal talk. Well, I mean, we do have that bet going, so If you guys want to help Spider Bites out, I guess end the show at the same time, right? You can. Thank you guys for your contributions. So she's got to be. There's no way that she is going to be able to escape this. No fucking way. Oh, you know what? I fell asleep last night. Oh, shit. The Timberwolves lost again. Motherfucker. Well, we're done. We got up 2-0. We lost 3 in a row, and now it looks like we're going to be heading to the old scrap heap. We got one more game at Target Center. I think is that tomorrow? We've got game 6. And then Wolves, Nuggets schedule. Tomorrow, 7:30. Yeah, okay. So Thursday at 7:30, we've got game 6. And we might be done after that. God, we got up 2-0 too. It was looking really good for the Timberwolves. Shit. Someone's saying to Spider, look who's begging now. That's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Tom Brady is responding to that Netflix roast that they did. And by the way, that Netflix roast, if you haven't watched it yet, really funny. Really funny. I'm trying to remember Tony Hinchcliffe's joke towards Bert Kreischer. It was fucking hilarious. He looks like Tiger King and Liver King went to Burger King, and it just got worse and worse. And looks like Martin Luther King was beaten by Rodney King or something. It was really funny. The whole roast was really fucking good. But apparently for Tom Brady, it was not good for his kids. He says the roast jokes affected his kids, but that's something you got to consider when you agree to do one of those. He was on a show with Fred Taylor, Ryan Clark, and Channing Crowder called The Pivot, and they asked him about the roast and how everyone felt about it. If you think it's going to affect your kids or you think it's going to have a negative impact on anything, then you got to not do it. But if you talk to them beforehand and you go, hey, guys, here's what the deal is. Here's what we're doing. Then, fuck it. Go do it. Go do the roast. But let's see what Tom Brady had to say about that roast. And as Spider Bites continues to lose his bet. I told you. It's like, I kind of know this audience. I know my show. But we're not going to mention it. Here we go. Tom Brady on The Pivot.
What's your biggest takeaway from that? Like, did you learn anything new about yourself?
Which
or
part?
Any of your, just throughout the whole part?
Of the roast?
Of the roast.
Did you learn anything new about yourself at the roast? I'm a piece of shit. I'm gay. I suck. My wife's fucking a yoga instructor. I'm an asshole. Did I mention I'm gay? I dress like an ass. No, you don't really learn a lot about yourself at a roast. And if he says he did, he's a liar. It was a bunch of people just shitting on you and making fun of you the entire time.
Like I said, I loved when the jokes were about me. I thought they were so fun. I didn't like the way that it affected my kids. So it's the hardest part about like the bittersweet aspect of when you do something that you think is one way and then all of a sudden you realize I wouldn't do that again because of the way that it affected actually the people that I care about the most in the world.
So it sounds like if he had a choice to do it all over again, he might not do this roast. That's too bad because it seemed like it was a good time. It seemed like fun. Yeah, but then you go in there after and the kids are like, Dad, they made a lot of jokes about you and Mom getting divorced. They made a lot of like really, really shitty, like low digs at us and so on and so on. You don't think about that when you decide to do it, I guess, if you're Tom Brady.
So like it makes you in some ways a better parent going through it. Because again, sometimes you're naive, you don't know, or you get a little like, oh shit, And like I said, I when I signed up for that, I love when people were making fun of me. And I always said, like, when I was going through all the Deflategate stuff in 2015, 2016, I watched 3 things on TV. I watched Premier League soccer, I watched golf, and I watched comedy shows. Because every time I turn on SportsCenter, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Right. So it's like, I just want...
Tom Brady is a lot more likable guy than we ever wanted him to be. Because, like, he has 6 or 7 Super Bowl rings, so you want to hate his guts. But he's a pretty likable dude. You got to remember he was a 6th-round draft pick. He wasn't like this highly touted guy. He's a pretty normal dude who looks like a gay model. Looks like 45-year-old Justin Bieber, but whatever. Holy shit, he's getting old too. But like 45-year-old Justin Bieber is just almost Justin Bieber at this point. But yeah, like I'm sorry that Tom went through that. I'm sorry that Tom's kids went through that. But I think it's also something you have to understand might happen during a roast. In fact, assume it will happen during a roast and make sure everyone in your life is okay with you doing it. And if they do have an issue with it, but they said they wouldn't, maybe they need to just kind of swallow that and, chill the fuck out.
I want to laugh. And so I wanted to do the roast because the guy Jeff Ross became someone that I knew. And then you don't see the full picture all the time. So I think it's a good lesson. Like for me as a parent, I'm going to be a better parent as I go forward because of it. And at the same time, I'm happy everyone who was there had a lot of fun. And I do think for me, just outside of, let's say that, it always is good. Like if we're not laughing about things, we're crying.
Oh shit, man. Football players are so deep. I tell you, I also heard, I once heard Rob Gronkowski say, a penny saved is a penny eaten. I also saw Barry Sanders once said, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. And I thought, these guys are fucking good.
And I think we should have more fun. Like the guys, like what do we love? We love laughing in the locker room. Let's do more of that and love each other. And come on, man, celebrate other people's success.
Well, I tell you what, it's, I hope he got paid well for it. Or I don't know. Did they give it to charity? I'm not really sure how that works. Either way, sorry it had an impact on his kids. Wasn't he from South Dakota or some shit? No, well, I know his mom is from Browerville, Minnesota. I don't know where his dad's from, though. Jay Bra says, I can't wait to roast Aaron. This stuff in chat has been child's play. Oh, boy. Yeah, Spider Bite says Tom rules. Tom's a lot cooler guy than I think a lot of people give him credit for. Brigmo says, time for another Mod Dono guilt trip begging rally. No, not at all. I can't. Spider Bites and I made a bet. We got till 9:30. I told him, I said, it's not going to happen. I go, if I don't, kind of beg and push and prod or whatever, it doesn't happen. And he said, no, you do a good show. Just do it and they'll come in. I'm like, well, fucking not going to be the case, but we'll see. I got another half hour. I am actually going to get a little bit of a pick-me-up, if you guys don't mind. Give me a couple minutes. No, I'm not going to get drugs. I'm going to go grab something. It's going to be very embarrassing, but I need a little sugar shot, I think. Give me a couple minutes. Give me about a minute and a half here, and we'll have that. Thank you guys very much. More Steel Toe in a moment. Welcome. Oh, do I have... No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I went and grabbed I stole one of the kids' juice boxes. I told you I'm a very innocent soul. Kool-Aid Jammers. I usually get Capri Suns. I don't necessarily have a brand loyalty, but they didn't have the Capri Suns. And there you go. Kool-Aid Jammers is what they got. Hobo Chili Recipe says, my dad went to Rhodesia when he was taking photography in college. Doesn't make him Danny Archer. Jack the Tripper says, going to beg in the mirror? I mean, where do you practice, motherfucker? Dr. Silverwolf says, okay, so now that he's gone, he's totally going to get a twink next, right? No, I'm not. No. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $2 says, guys, donate while he's out. Boy, that would have been nice. Spider Bite says, noise, I drink the big bags. That plus Spider Bites gets us down to 205, an even 200. Thank you very much. And Spider Bites and I have a bet going right now, so that's all I'm going to say. I'll just give the quick update there. Papa John. The Papa John, not the franchise. Is Papa John still like out at Papa John's? Is Papa John's done with Papa John? It's shitty pizza either way, and nobody should ever eat it, but I guess they have to have something in school cafeterias and high school basketball games. But the Papa John in Papa John's says that the company is using Shaquille O'Neal to cover up what they did to a white guy. This guy's fucking insane. Have you guys remember Papa John Schnatter, right? He's the guy who, I guess, said the N-word in a conference call once. And when he said the N-word in the conference call, the whole Papa John's board was like, yeah, we got to let you go. That's a little beyond the pale for us. So then every time he got a chance to address it, he would just say more shit that sounded kind of not racist, but just racially retarded. And he just kind of came off as a dipshit who basically only knew pizza. Well, somebody had Papa John Schnatter on their show. Fearless with Jason Whitlock. And Jason Whitlock wanted to talk about Papa John Schnatter's exit from Papa John's. And he believes that Shaquille O'Neal being a big part of the company is all because they felt bad that they treated a white guy like shit, so they had to bring a black guy in for some. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about, but let's check it out. This is Papa John Schnatter on Papa John's Pizza.
Let's just talk. What do you think about the move of trying to make Shaq the face of Papa John's Pizza?
I think of all the things, that was the most racist.
What? I mean, okay, I guess I kind of get it. Like, you said the N-word, so they were like, well, we have to go out and find an N-word for our pizza company. I can understand where you're going on that one, but you also sound a little bitter. You know, I mean, it's not like they just picked some random black dude. They picked Shaq, one of the most famous black dudes in the country. Like, there aren't many people who are known by their first name. Shaq is one of them. You got Shaq, LeBron. Trying to think, is there anyone else? Shaq, LeBron. I mean, maybe like Luka. I'm not really sure. But you can count probably on two hands the amount of people who are known by one name, and Shaq is one of them. So to go like, oh, they picked a black guy out of a hat. It's like, first of all, he's 7'2". It's no hat. Second of all, like, they picked one of the most famous brothers out there.
They're going to use a black guy to cover up what they did to a white guy? That's racist. Now that's racist.
Look, I want to be on this guy's side because he was canceled. I do. I want to like him because he was canceled. I do. But I think you and I can agree. He is super fucking dumb. He's real. Like, this guy's really stupid. He has all the qualities of a guy you'd like to embrace and support. Like, he got canceled. He said something in a conference call. People took it public. They got all up in arms. They kicked him out of his pizza company. And you want to feel bad for that guy. But then he goes, oh, yeah, of course, they picked a fucking black guy after they got rid of me because they treated a white guy so shitty. Like, if he was drinking out of a moonshine jug and doing this, it might be a little more forgivable. But he's like, yeah, it's racist. I mean, Shaq's obviously only there because he's a darkie. No, Shaq's there because he's Shaq.
A white guy? That's racist. Now that's racist. And they did it right in front of America. You know, he was just a shield to cover up their infidelities and what they did to me.
That takes a lot of nerve. You look at me, a white man. I think they had that black feller come in here. That's only because they were ashamed of what they did to the white man. If they were ashamed of what they did to the white man, wouldn't they just pick a white dude? Or at least a Jew, right? You don't just go all the way to black if you feel bad what you did to this guy. Then the rest is just, okay. The rest is a promo for Jason Whitlock's show on The Blaze. Now, representatives for O'Neill did not respond for comment. Schnatter went on to say that audiences shouldn't feel sorry for him, saying, I'm a hard guy to feel sorry for. You just got to get over that. And I've got to recover over that real quick, he said. When this started out and I heard about this, I thought this is so crazy. This is kind of funny. You're going to paint me as a racist. There's no way. There's no history of it. There's no examples of it. No way. Well, I mean, in fairness, like in today's media, if you say the N-word in any context, you're a racist now. So, I mean, there is that part. And you did say the N-word. Continuing on with the chat. Uh-oh, I'm seeing a lot of ha-has. What happened? What happened? Pro tip, dock a tortilla and use that as your pizza crust. Sid, run. There is a tiger in your village. You need to get out. Shaq and Peyton Manning are known for having franchises in fast food restaurants, says Zen Rhino. Yes, they are. Eaton Clam says, okay, we're going to make Joel Embiid the face of Steel Toe. Thank you very much to Omega Dread's gaming channel for $4.99. Says for Papa John and Shaq, Ebony and Ivory. Ebony and Ivory, slinging pizza in perfect harmony. Shaq likes them big-ass ladies from San Antonio. Yes, he does. Shaq likes himself a biggin. Even 200. Oh, nope, can't talk about that. I got 20 minutes before I can talk about that. Spider Bites. If you what are we, 20? You got 20 minutes until you might have to admit that maybe, just maybe, I was right about the begging stuff, if you will. Okay, we got a good solid 700 of you checking out the show at the moment. Hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate everything you do for this program. Harrison Butker, I've been waiting for this one. Harrison Butker gave the commencement address at which school was it? Was it Georgia Tech? Oh, Benedictine College, a liberal arts institution in Atchison, Kansas. So Harrison Butker, if you don't know him, he's the Kansas City Chiefs kicker. And he went and gave a commencement speech. And, I'm sure when you bring in like a football player or an athlete of any kind, and you ask him to do some kind of big speech, you don't expect him to make like crazy points. And you don't expect him to be like a hot button issue speaker or anything like this. So I'm sure when Harrison Butker came to this college and he just fucking lit shit up and just started slaughtering sacred cows, I bet you it was pretty fucking jarring for the kids to see. Let's go ahead and watch some of Harrison Butker's speech. People have been calling this controversial. I've been excited to show this guy to you guys since last night, since I found it. This is pretty goddamn good. And you don't expect a football player to give the speech that Harrison Butker gave.
Edge of the rest of your lives. Each of you has the potential to leave a legacy that transcends yourselves and this era of human existence. In the small ways, by living out your vocation, you will ensure that God's church continues and the world is enlightened by your example. For the ladies present today, congratulations on an amazing accomplishment. You should be proud of all that you have achieved to this point in your young lives. I want to speak directly to you briefly because I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is Harrison going to go with, you should have never gone to college. It's a bunch of horse shit. You should have stayed in the kitchen. You would have been a lot happier. Ooh. Who's excited for based Harrison Butker? Not only can he score you shitloads of points on your fantasy team, but boy, can he spin a yarn too. If you've ever had Harrison Butker on your fantasy team, you know that a kicker can put up running back numbers, which is great.
How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career?
Uh-oh.
Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world.
Oh, yes. Now, this shouldn't be a controversial thing to say, but I believe that today this is controversial. I believe that today at a college commencement speech, saying that is really controversial. And that was either a baby crying, which was perfect timing, or that was a feminist getting very upset. They often sound the same. But when you go and say something like, I bet you're more excited to have babies and get married than you are to have a career, that sounds all fine and good to the rest of us, but like there's a lot of people in this world who hear that and go, this guy's a misogynist, supremacist piece of shit. I got to hear if that's a baby or not.
Lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that
that definitely was a baby crying. That was just, wow, perfect timing on that baby's part. Nice job. That's a showbiz baby.
Into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother.
Wow.
I'm on this stage.
Got to be careful, though. Kickers make like, what, $2-3 million a year? Take it easy there, Harrison. I mean, look, got to make that, you got to stretch that money out, make it last the rest of your life, for God's sake.
Today, and able to be the man I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation.
Oh, fucking brag about it, why don't you, you cunt? Oh, sorry, I'm being... Did that come off as bitter? I did not mean that to come off as bitter. I really apologize about that.
I'm beyond blessed with the many talents God has given me, but it cannot be over.
Oh, many talents God has given you? Your foot kicks leather hard. Let's take it easy on a lot. Can you do my taxes, motherfucker?
Stated that all of my success is made possible because a girl I met in band class back in middle school.
Cry, homo. Cry, bitch.
Convert to the faith, become my wife, and embrace one of the most important titles of all, homemaker.
Wow. He's shitting on a... Dude, I bet you there's a lot of graduating women right now who are watching this speech going, thanks for waiting until now to tell me, dick. This is kind of it's a bit of a bummer. You're putting a bit of a gray cloud over my otherwise awesome day. Here I am excited. I got an internship. I got a degree. Pumped to go out into the workplace. Here, this guy's telling me, you know what's awesome? Making a home. You fucking bitch. She's like, something that could have been brought to my attention yesterday. Oh, they like it. Hey, we're good. He's like a super Christian dude. Oh, I guess Benedictine college would be religious. That makes sense. All these women applauding in the crowd, they all have degrees in bed making.
She's a primary educator to our children. She's the one who ensures I never let football or my business become a distraction from that of a husband and father. She's the person that knows me best at my core, and it is through our marriage that, Lord willing, we will both attain salvation. I say all of this to you because I have seen it firsthand, how much happier someone can be when they disregard the outside noise and move closer and closer to God's will in their life.
So, okay, so this is a Christian school. I was like, otherwise, this guy would have been getting nailed to a cross by now. If Harrison Butker gave this speech at Duke while the Palestinian students were walking out, they would have been going out to grab a tree and fucking nail him to it.
Isabel's dream of having a career might not have come true, but if you asked her today if she has any regrets on her decision, she would laugh out loud without hesitation and say, heck no.
Of course, she'd say heck because they're Christian. You can't say hell. If you ask my wife, would she trade raising our kids and spitting tobacco for having a career? She'd say, fuck you, motherfucker.
As a man who gets a lot of praise and has been given a platform to speak to audiences like this one today, I pray that I always use my voice for God and not for myself. Everything I am saying to you is not from a place of wisdom, but rather a place of experience. I am hopeful that these words will be seen as those from a man not much older than you, who feels it is imperative that this class, this generation, and this time in our society must stop pretending that the things we see around us are normal.
Oh, the things we see. I mean, is that really that controversial? I didn't think that was controversial at all. People are calling that a controversial speech?
Apologetic in your masculinity.
Oh, here we go.
Fighting
Is this the part that they thought was... Oh, I guess they thought both of them were not very nice. That didn't seem bad to me at all. That seemed remarkably fucking reasonable. He's talking about how his wife likes being a homemaker and being a homemaker is cool and so on and so forth. It seems fair enough. Keith Sartell says housewife should be considered a vocational degree. Save 20 grand a year in daycare, housekeeping, and cooking. It's true. It's true. A kicker crying. What else is new, says Helgi. Hulkamash Baby says he can't do taxes, but he can keep a marriage together. Oh my God. Wish he would have been at my graduation, would have saved the years it took me to figure that out. Phantom X says, but Aaron, is this not the dream? Either find a woman that hasn't been ran through and has 4 to 7 kids, or settle for running through a bunch of loose chicks and being a bachelor with some extra cash. I suppose, right? Are those the two choices you have? Keep a little extra money in your pocket? Eaton Clam says it's not like he told the women to stay away from certain guys or you'll be raising a baby alone. Now that would have been a terrible thing to say. Zen Rhino says this guy plays like what, 2 minutes a day on Sunday? I mean, that's not a bad gig, right? Carlos Cameo says at Duke they would have yelled Allahu Akbar. More than likely. Ryan Watson just says a nice locker room pep talk, wanker. Well, I mean, in fairness, like he doesn't get to give these speeches in the locker room. They say, shut the fuck up, let Patrick talk. Retard. It could be Rivers. He has like 20 kids or something. Does he? Ooh. Eugene Stoner says mail order Filipino woman be treated like a king. Hey, Spider Bites, do you want to declare defeat now so I can try to make my money and not fail today? Because I feel like I've done a really good show, but since money dictates whether or not this thing stays on the air, it kind of dictates whether I was a success or a failure today. Are you? Oh, nope. Let him live for another 10 minutes. Meat Drapes with $50. Thank you very much, Meat Drapes. Appreciate that. Spider Bites, don't declare a defeat yet. We just had Meat Drapes come in with $150. Spider Bites bet me that if I shut the fuck up until 9:30, they'd knock out the goal for me on my own, and I wouldn't have to ask or anything like that. Well, all right. Spider Bites has got another 10 minutes. I'll keep shutting the fuck up. I won't bring attention to it, anything like that. I'll just thank Meat Drapes for his $50. That's really appreciated. We run on that shit. I appreciate everything you're doing for us, buddy. All right, 10 more minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the class, it is only...
Shut your fucking mouth, Harrison. I didn't ask for you yet. So this is the other one that people thought was controversial. This is Harrison Butker talking about the guys and the, not apologizing for your masculinity and shit like that. This one, I guess, was considered more controversial, but still, I mean, if it's anything like the first one, it's going to be fine, right? Let's see if this one got spicy.
In the past few years that I have grown in courage to speak more boldly and directly, because as I mentioned earlier, I have leaned into my vocation as a husband and father and as a man.
Shut the fuck up. You've won like what, 3 or 4 Super Bowl rings now? You've been leaning into the kicking as well, Harrison. You stop that. Right now, you stop that. I don't want to hear this guy. I've leaned into my vocation as a husband and a father. I'm sure you have, absolutely. But you're only getting to speak freely because if anyone gives you shit. Patrick Mahomes will kick the fuck out of him.
To the gentleman here today, part of what plagues our society is this lie that has been told to you that men are not necessary in the home or in our communities.
Oh, shit.
As men, we set the tone of the culture. And when that is absent, disorder, dysfunction, and chaos set in. This absence of men in the home is what plays a large role in the violence we see all around the nation. Other countries do not have nearly the same absentee father rates as we find here in the U.S. And a correlation...
I know this because I work with a lot of black men. And I got to tell you, they've got a lot of children. And I never see them. They always see my wife and my kids coming in, and they point at me. They go, Harrison, what the fuck you be doing that shit for? You ain't just write them no check and keep playing football? Motherfucker, you crazy, you white people.
Could be made in their drastically lower violence rates as well.
Uh-oh.
Be unapologetic in your masculinity, fighting against the cultural emasculation of men. Do hard things. Never settle for what is easy. You might have a talent that you don't necessarily enjoy.
This all coming from a kicker who looks like a Confederate soldier. What the fuck? How is it that we're getting schooled on masculinity by a kicker? He's what, 5'9", a buck 60? And he's schooling us right now. He's like, you got to be men. You got to be masculine. You got to be like that. It's easy for you to say if a big guy touches you, it's a 15-yard penalty.
But if it glorifies God, maybe you should lean into that over something that you might think suits you better. I speak from experience as an introvert who now finds myself as an amateur public speaker and an entrepreneur, something I never thought I'd be when I received my industrial engineering degree. The road ahead is bright. Things are changing, society is shifting, and people, young and old, are embracing tradition. Not only has it been...
Are they? Are they embracing tradition? I can only speak about my life. I don't know. This is always weird with these culture war type people. It's uncomfortable to watch sometimes because I've watched them for years now be like, oh yeah, it's all turning around. We're getting back to the old school. We're blah, blah, blah. And then you just kind of watch and you're like, really? Because I went to fucking PetSmart yesterday to get my dog's nails clipped, and the fucking green and blue-haired people trimming my dog's nails on their shirts, they had their pronouns on them. And I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. It doesn't bother me in the least. But at the same time, it's like, hey, we're getting back to real masculinity, and we're getting back to men are this and women are this and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, people are dyeing their hair blue, and they feel the need to know that they're she, her, hers when they're cutting a pooch's nails. I don't really know if we're getting back to the humility of Christ. That's all.
My vocation that has helped me and those closest to me, but not surprising to many of you, should be my outspoken embrace of the traditional Latin Mass. I've been very vocal in my love and...
Oh, this dude's like Mel Gibson Catholic. Adicire Domine whack. Dei sina requiem. He does that kind. He does the Monty Python and the Holy Grail Church. He's not fucking around.
Devotion to the TLM and its necessity for our lives. But what I think gets misunderstood is that people who attend the TLM do so out of pride or preference. I can speak to my own experience, but for most people I have come across within these communities, this simply is not true. I do not attend the TLM because I think I am better than others, or for the smells and bells, or even for the love of Latin.
Oh, traditional Latin Mass. Oh, fucking A. I mean, I know people are holding this up like trad people are holding this up. It's like, yeah, fucking Harrison Butker's based. Anyone else think this guy's coming off as kind of a gay dweeb? Like, I worry that we've gone so far in one direction culturally that we're willing to turn the wheel way too far the other way. Like, yeah, I'm not saying that blue and purple hair and pronouns on aprons is like, yeah,
2024, you are
awesome.
I tend
to, society's turning around. This is a good thing that we're doing. But I also don't think like, hey, how about this spindly gay kicker who goes to Latin Mass all the time? I don't think he's the answer. April's parents' hobby farm says, don't talk shit about them. You were the one who was there getting your dog's nails clipped. I mean, my dog needed his nails clipped. What? Lance says they practice clipping your dog's nails so they have experience clipping off their wangs. It's so childish. That's why that one made me laugh. Keith Sartell says there will be pronouns on sports jerseys too. There's going to be a lot of N-words on jerseys. Eugene Stoner says the only way to turn it around is to bury Jeremy Boring. It's to buy Jeremy Boring chocolate bars. That's true. You got to buy Daily Wire shit. It's the only way any of this is going to work out in our favor, right? I believe. You know what? You're right. Rogue Veda with $20 says it's for the Aaron Shut Up Fund. Oh, boy. 135 away from today. I tell you what, hey, Spider Bites. It's we're 2 minutes away from 9:30. We've done our experiment. The goal went down to 135, which is not, it's not awful. It's not great. It's kind of meh. So what do you think? Do we call this a draw? Do we call this a win for you? Do we call this a win for me? I mean, what's the call here? I mean, we've got, we're at 135. We've got a half hour left. I don't know. It's close. Do I shut the fuck up for the next half hour about it too? And see if we can knock out 135 all on our own? I'm interested. Can you guys do it? All right, here we go. Here's what I'll do. 135 away from today's goal. Is Spider Bites even here? He made this bet with me, and now he's not even here to talk about the bet. Thank you, Rogue Veda, for the $20. I appreciate it. 135 away from today's goal. You got Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, PayPal, Streamlabs, etc. Go ahead and chip in a few more bucks to this show, and we'll knock out that 135 in no time and make it another successful Steel Toe, if you will. Gray Duckling with $45 says, do you have any more RFID wallets left? How much? I don't, and Oz let me know that he doesn't have the equipment to make those anymore, unfortunately. I'm sorry, buddy. 45, I hate math. 30, we'll knock 30 off for that one. 105 to go in the next half hour. Boy, I don't know, Spider Bites. I feel like this is starting to become a victory for you. 105 in a half hour, that's very doable. All the links are in the chat. You guys go ahead. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to call the first part of it a draw since we got from about 200 to 100 during Spider Bite's 45-minute bet. So we'll call it a draw, and we'll see what happens in the last half hour and see if you guys can knock it out. How's that? Bridget Von Hammerdiff says, sold the engraving machine for booze? I don't know. No, I don't think it was the engraving machine that did that. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about all that engraving and all that shit to know exactly what he lost. I just know that he wrote me the night we were giving away all the RFID wallets. And he said, he goes, I don't have that kind of stuff anymore. Shit, Oz. Zen Rhino says, better start auctioning off those Jesse Ventura dolls behind you. No, never in a million years would I ever do that. Oh, look. More Stoney's gift cards if you guys want them. Really? Let's see. I got 20, 40, 60, 80, 1. I got $100. Next two people that contribute $20 or more to the show are getting $50 to Stoney's. I just found a bunch of Stoney's gift cards. Go for it, guys. 20 or more over on PayPal. I'll give you $50 to Stoney's. And then if there's a third one in there, I got 40 left. I'll give you $40 to Stoney's. I'll have those sent out today. Streamlabs, PayPal, etc. April's Parents Hobby Farm says, would you like a deer skull for the studio wall? Ooh. Could be interesting. Sean says a Confederate flag below the shelf. No, they don't expire. They expire a year from February. They're good. They'll be great for the anniversary show. I promise you. So, yeah, the next couple of people to throw in $20, I'll throw you 50 to Stoney's, and then we'll get this all knocked out. You silly bastards. Thank you very much for your generosity and your contributions to this wonderful program. $25 from Adam. He says, stone me. All right, Adam's getting it. And we're 75 away from this morning's goal. Thank you very much, buddy. No, I'm sorry. We are 80 away. We were at 105. I thought we were at an even 100. We are 80 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for your contributions. 80. Thanks, boys and girls. That was from Adam, so he's getting Stonies, and I've got one more. Then I've got a 40 if a third person jumps in and wants it. Okay, let's go into some more shit. Let's open up these final stories. While we're doing that, Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, go to MidlandArmory.com. Not only should you check out their firearm options, but also check out their offers from Gearfire Capital. If you don't know about Gearfire Capital yet, Gearfire Capital is a financing service run through MidlandArmory.com, where instead of, paying $1,700 or $1,800 for a firearm, which, maybe others in your family may not appreciate, you can pay $40, $50 a month and pay off that gun over time. Check it out, Gearfire Capital, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, MidlandArmory.com. You also have our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, All Care Towing with a wide selection of trucks and wreckers that can haul anything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment. And then, as far as All Care Towing goes, I don't know anybody in the business who's faster. So if you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, you need them for anything. Nobody is. You lock your keys in your car, you get a flat, and you can't find your fucking tire iron. All Care Towing will take care of it for you. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, where we're going to have the anniversary party Saturday, August 10th, the roast of Aaron Imholt. It's going to be very, very fun. Saturday, August 10th, we'll also have the cornhole tournament in the afternoon. Cheetos sent me a text, and we do have Dana's Kitchen for the, for the anniversary party. The same food truck we had last year. Everyone loved them. They thought they were great. That is, of course, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Tomorrow night is bike night at Stoney's. So check them out. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Cheetos and the crew, they can't wait to have you. All right. Woo. Bunch of stuff left to talk about. Looks like we're heading our way for overtime. We got another $50 to Stoney's left for the next person who throws in $20. Thank you guys very, very much. Jericho says, who's all going to be at the anniversary show? Here's what we have confirmed. Chino, Keanu, Johnny, Matt, myself. Here's who I want to get. Oz, Corey Adam, Whiskey Pete, Adrian Washington. 9. So me being roasted and then 8 people roasting. And then there is an ex of mine who says they may want to roast me. I think that would be very funny. Some of the Aristococks want to get in on it. And then we'll pick maybe the week of the anniversary show, the number one donator will get to do the roast as well. Phantom X says, didn't you ask Chrissy? I'll have to see what the budget for the show is. I would love to have Chrissy come and do the roast. It would be so funny. I just have to see. I know how much it costs to book Chrissy for a show. And I know what I've offered Corey. I know what I'm going to pay Gino and Keanu. And that it starts to get a little steep at that point. But yes, I'd love if we could work something out. I'd love to have Chrissy here for it. $80 away from today's goal. Producer Roberto says, would you be willing to live stream the anniversary show? For those who can't make it to Minnesota, I'd pay to watch. Yeah. Oh no, we'll stream the roast. I don't know. Well, I don't know if will we live stream it? Oof. That might be a little dangerous. You know what? We'll do it on Rumble. We'll stream the roast on Rumble. That'll be the way to go. Hooters88 says, when can we claim tickets for the anniversary show for VIPs? What is it? It's May. It'll be 3 months. Probably early to mid-June. You'll be able to claim those. And I'll start organizing them and getting them together. Thank you very much to Real Satan Claus for $20. By the way, if you guys do win the $50 to Stoney's, make sure you get in touch with me, give you your contact information so I can mail that stuff out to you. We are $65 away from this morning's goal, and I have $40 to Stoney's for the next person who throws us $20. Geese Artel says, Aaron is going to be very disappointed when it's not a hog roast. Jake says, imagine paying people to roast you. That's brutal. Jake, I have to. It's another one who got in over his skis because he doesn't like me. I got to explain this to him. You see, when you have people do a roast, you do pay them. And when they're flying in from, say, New York, I'm sorry to say this so slowly. I just feel like this is how you need it explained. When you're flying them in from, like, say, New York or somewhere far away, you should compensate them for their flight and then compensate them for their time and then compensate them for their work. Okay, Pumpkin? Is that okay? Or did you just get in over your skis a little bit? Because I understand. Look, I'll give you a spot where you can open up and you can throw some punches. That really wasn't your opening. Wait for your opening next time. You'll get it. BJ says, get Chad to the roast. Cheetos needs a piñata. Wheat Diff Solar says, Melton Herd roast. Mr. Approachable says, Aaron, hit me up later. For a small fee, I could run a camera for you if you want to live stream it. Okay. Sounds interesting enough to me. So, yeah, I'm very excited for the 10th anniversary party. Because then, we don't really have to do sets, do we? We just have to get up there, drink, and talk a whole bunch of shit. Thank you very much, K-Rod, for $40. K-Rod throwing us $40. Send me your contact info. We'll send you out Stonies. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Where does that put us? $25 away from today's goal. You guys are knocking it out at, oh, my God. Oh, no, not 625. Oh, that was stupid. Oh, I didn't delete a thing. There you go. $25 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Let's finish that up and call it a wrap for today and then do our overtime. A teacher went viral after calmly and brilliantly questioning a student who called J.K. Rowling a bigot. Well, guess what? That teacher, fired, so fired. I don't understand why J.K. Rowling has become this incredible hot button issue. But she has. All she said, like, she's kind of just been a feminist about trans shit. And by feminist, I mean, like, she's just gone, hey, I don't want, people with dicks in women's sports. I don't want trans women invading biological women's spaces where we might feel uncomfortable. And, dude, she's been treated like an absolute pariah by crazy people for doing this, which I guess, you know what? Being treated like a pariah by crazy people is probably a good thing, right? I mean, because, again, they're crazy people. You want crazy people to think you're bad. April's parents' hobby farm says Adrian being at the roast would be hilarious. I would love to get him there. I would love to. Red Honda says Chad actually defended you with Carl, calling Carl a Melton ball washer for attacking you. I've been trying to get Chad on this show for a minute, and I've got Chad's number, but he doesn't return my texts. I mean, all these guys, what? They called the divorce and everything. You'd think they'd want to gloat to my face. They called it. Cheetos says, I'll make sure I have plenty of Windsor on hand. Well, if we get Adrian, just make sure you've got Hennessy. That's all. All right, so this teacher, Warren Smith, was asked by a student, do you still like J.K. Rowling's work despite her bigoted opinions? Now, does J.K. Rowling really have bigoted opinions? I mean, it seems like the J.K. Rowling thing is more of like Oh, I'm sorry, Brett. Brett threw in money for Stonies. I apologize, bud. He did it on Venmo. So I got to go to the Venmo updates are really, really slow. So I apologize for that. $20 from Brett. You are correct, sir. Very cool. Thank you very much, Brett. $5 away. Anybody who wants to finish off that $5 can certainly do so. Brett, I will scrounge you up some Stonies gift cards, buddy. Thank you very much for your time, effort, and contributions. Thank you so much. If anybody wants to knock out the last $5, go for it. Anything after that goes towards tonight's goal. I appreciate it. Okay, so I have some Stonies gift cards to send out today. Right. Off we go. We got to get to, there we go, the teacher story. Back again. Oh, my goodness. I'm all over the place here. So spider bites, what does that mean? Is that a draw? Because, I don't know, we got close, and then the rally came, and then all of that shit. I don't know. So this teacher is asked about J.K. Rowling being a bigot. This is what he said, and then we've got an update on this gentleman.
So these guys want to talk about J.K. Rowling? Is that so? What's going on with that? What do you want to know?
She's had a pretty controversial past. I just want to know, like, what are your thoughts on it? And, like, do you still like her work despite her bigoted opinions?
So let's get specific, though. Let's define bigoted opinions. What opinions are bigoted? We're going to treat this as a thought experiment. I'm not going to say what's right or wrong or what way to think. The whole point is to learn how to think, not what to think.
Yeah.
So when you say bigot, you're starting with the conclusion that, given her bigoted opinions.
Yeah.
So first, let's start with, does she have bigoted opinions? So when you say bigoted opinions,
She has had a history of being extremely transphobic, I've heard.
Hey, you've heard. So what? Can you give me
That annoys the shit out of me when people do that one. Like, I've heard she's been extremely transphobic. Well, what do you mean you've heard she's been extremely transphobic? You've heard? Like, someone's... Is that how you go through things? You just go, hey, so-and-so's been extremely transphobic. Oh, really? How do you know that? Well, somebody told me. Well, I mean, that doesn't really... That's not really how you should take your, like, how you view another human being. Like, oh, yeah, this person's a total piece of shit. Why? Oh, because this person who really hates them told me they're a piece of shit. Oh, well, then you should definitely take that as gospel, and that should be how you see that person for now and forever.
Example?
If you look at her Twitter, I think you could see a few things. If you want, I could try and find
see
something.
See if you can find one.
So, one of these tweets that she came out with in 2019, she said, "Dress however you please, call yourself whatever you like, sleep with any consenting adult who will have you live your best life in peace and..."
Does the guy asking him questions have to be such a wiener cuck douchebag? I mean, Jesus, today, Junior.
Purity, but force women out of their jobs for stating that sex is real.
So you find that bigoted? What do you find about...
What was bigoted?
It was deemed transphobic.
Why? What the fuck was transphobic about? God, these kids are so goddamn soft. I hate being an old man like this. I hate being 37 and sounding like I'm 60. But Jesus Christ. I mean, someone can't just make a basic point about something without someone going, yeah, but isn't that offensive to this? Usually every truth is offensive to somebody. You ever heard the truth about something or the truth about yourself or anything else, and you go, ooh, that, you know what? That one, that made me feel bad. That offended me. That hurt me. Yeah, that's because you heard an uncomfortable truth. Just because you were upset or you were offended doesn't mean you should get any kind of, retribution. It doesn't mean you should get any kind of reconciliation. Somebody said something that was true, and it fucked with you a little bit. Live with that. Sit in that moment. Don't react out of emotion. That's something I've been working on. That's a good idea in my personal life. Don't react out of emotion. Don't let people get your goad and then, go back and forth and fight and do the dozens with them. Don't do that. Don't Marty McFly this shit. Don't do a nobody calls me chicken. Sometimes you have an emotional reaction to something and then you sit in it for a minute and you let it go and you go, yeah, not really worth responding to that. I guess that's just the way it is. You know what that's called? Being an adult. So when the author of the Wizard book, when the Harry Potter author says something, you go, oh, that sounds transphobic. Okay, then it is. Process it, sit in it, let it go. I'm going to fight with the Wizard book lady. No, you're not. You're going to sit down, you're going to work through this emotion you're having, and then you're going to go on with your life. That's called being a grown-up. Oh, imagine how tiring it must be to fight every little thing. I've dealt with that with people in my life before. You know, do you have people in your life who when you try to make a point, they'll pick out one little word you used in that point and go, actually, you said this word and that word. This is like, you fucking stupid asshole. Don't do the fucking stupid asshole thing. Don't do that. Just sit in that emotion, be frustrated, and then just go, maybe we'll talk about this some other time. And walk away. Walk away. This thing that this person said really upset me. Okay, then be upset about it. Think about it for a while, sleep on it, and then figure out what you want to do. 99% of the time, what you'll want to do is just go, yeah, that didn't really matter. I'll just fuck off and do the rest of my day.
Like, I myself...
Do you find that transphobic yourself?
I don't really have an opinion on it, but I'm just going with what a lot of other people have said.
So let's pause it. Let's not go with what other people are saying. Let's try and learn how to critically think. So let's analyze the tweet ourselves. So that statement, do you see anything problematic? Disregarding other people's opinions.
She did try and pin some things on a specific group of people.
God, this guy, evolution should not have allowed this guy to get this old. What a weak human being. If you're going to come to me and say this is transphobic, you better have some fucking evidence. Don't come to me and go, well, I read on an article once. Somebody said that she said it. You don't get to talk anymore. You sit down. You had a chance. You fucked it up.
Where does she do that? Can you read that?
Look at the pain in this professor's eyes. This professor is going, I'm talking to an invalid. I don't want to be here right now. I didn't realize how up Shit's Creek I'd be with this dipshit.
Force women out of their jobs for stating that sex is real.
So when I hear that, I'm interpreting that as meaning if a woman says that, saying that there's a difference between men and female and then being attacked as transphobic, I think that's what she's saying by attacking someone for stating that sex is real.
That is exactly
right. What she's saying is people who say there are differences between men and women could end up costing you your job. She's not wrong in some circles. And again, let's say she is wrong. That's her fucking opinion. They still shouldn't lose their job for it. You have the right to be wrong about things that don't matter.
What she's saying.
Is that transphobic to you?
So, to me, no. Stating that sex...
Then shut the fuck up. Stop. Think for yourself for once in your cock-sucking life. Think for yourself. Oh, but the group I belong to, the LGBT activism group that I belong to, they say that it is transphobic. So you people are like fucking hostages. You're intellectual hostages to one another. You sit there and you jack each other off and you feel like you're the only support you guys have in your life. If you unchained yourselves from each other, you'd probably meet more interesting people and your mind would expand. But you sit there and you go, I don't think this is transphobic, but everyone in my group does and I don't want to get ostracized from the group. Fuck it. Fuck it. If it's right for you, walk the fuck away. If there's a group of people and you don't like what they're doing, and you don't think it fits what you want to be doing, fuck them. Walk away. If there's people and everything they're doing is antithetical to everything you believe in or want to be, I don't care how much you feel tethered to them. I don't care how much that group, makes you feel like you have a backing or anything else. If it's going to rot your fucking soul and brain, walk the fuck away. God, people like this, the jellyfish, the lack of backbone. Is that transphobic to you? No. Then fuck, what are you whinging about? Well, the people in my group think it. Then fuck your group. They're not your group. They're not your homies. Get out of there. By the way, this teacher got fired for this.
Sex is real is not transphobic. It's just a fact of life. It exists.
So is there anything you disagree with in that tweet?
In that tweet, I can't really see anything that I myself disagree with.
So what the fuck is the problem? You know what it is? This kid is scared. This kid is scared shitless that the same group that ended up costing this teacher his job is going to come after him. And when you're terrified to think freely, when you're terrified to be yourself or think for yourself, you're rotting. You're being poisoned. Get the fuck out of there, buddy.
But I can see why some people would think, oh, this is offensive. We can't have that here or something. Because
Sure.
There's an apology tweet.
Let's read that. What did she say there? I haven't read that.
I respect every trans person's right to live any way that feels authentic and comfortable to them. I'd march with you if you were discriminated against on the basis of being trans. At the same time, my life has been shaped by being female. I do not believe it is hateful to say so.
What the fuck is wrong with that? What she's trying to say is I've been a woman my whole life. And it's shaped who I am. You haven't been a woman as long as I have. But if anyone ever gave you shit for being who you wanted to be, I'd defend you. Wow. Just like the Nazis.
Anything problematic there?
She's apologizing, so no, not really. If I could read it again.
It sounds like a very similar statement as what she was just saying. She's basically saying, like, I have nothing, to me, this is what I interpret it as, I have nothing against someone being trans.
Exactly.
It's your life, but you just don't get to impose on you can live how you want, I can live how I want.
Yeah.
And let's all,
Exactly.
So I guess now that we're looking at it like, oh, there's not much difference between me or her, do you think it's fair that that she's being attacked by a large group of people and people are calling her, like you said at the beginning of this
By the way, this is what college is supposed to be. What this guy's doing is what college is supposed to be. Challenging the way you think, opening your mind up to new ideas. Like, this college professor is one of the good ones, and we lost him now because I have to say, unless in the next 19 seconds he yells Sieg Heil, I don't really see what he did wrong.
Conversation, you said, given the fact that J.K. Rowling is transphobic, how do you feel about Harry Potter? Now, retroactively looking at that statement, do you think that was the best way to phrase?
No, I feel like an idiot now.
Hey, there you go. We just had a breakthrough. Awesome. We just had a breakthrough. This week, by the way, that teacher posted an update.
So it happened yesterday. I was fired from my full-time teaching position.
Huh.
Not going to... It happened so quick. It happened in like 5 minutes. There was really no conversation, so they clearly knew what they wanted to do. So it's not... I don't think the... And I really, genuinely, I'm not, because there's so little clarity on all of this, I'm really trying not to, I'm not interested in divulging anything. There's no utility in that. I never have. I never will. I think I have a right to articulate that I just lost my job and my basic observations.
Yeah. You know what? I feel a lot about the divorce situation that this guy feels about losing his job. I'm allowed to have my observations and I'm allowed to have my feelings and express them. But I just don't want to talk about anybody else. Just want to, as poet laureate Toby Keith once said, I want to talk about me, as it were. J Bra says, please, can Aaron miss the goal by $5? I haven't been watching the goal. We've got 3 minutes and we're short by $5. You guys aren't going to do it, are you? Is somebody going to do the $5 or no? Or are we not doing the $5? That would be interesting. Let's see if anyone wants to do it. Now you've got a choice to make. You can go with the crowd who wants to see me miss it by $5, or you can buck the crowd and say, fuck them, here you go. Your call. Sean says that's your therapist talking. I'm with you, Aaron. I pointed something like this out playing Apex Legends, and the dude on my team asked how old I was. I was like, bruh, I don't have to be old to know the truth. Apex Legends is a video game, right? Jay Bra says, it's just like Aaron's life experience. You suck one dick and all of a sudden you're a homo. You build 1,000 bridges, but you suck one dick. Bobby Baloney says it gets them the results they want, though. That's true. I am regular, man, says sounds like someone's been to 2 mandated therapy sessions. I will have you know that I've been going to therapy for about a month and a half. And also it was completely voluntary. You don't fucking have 2 failed marriages under your belt without going in and going, I got to figure out what the fuck is up with me. You know? If you have a relationship and that relationship ends and you just go totally their fault, totally on them, here's what they did to me, wah, 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 wah. You're never going to get better. Like, I found in this one, I go, you know what? I'm going to over-own my shit. And then as I get better mentally, I'll be able to better properly organize, hey, this is what you did wrong, but you did not do this wrong. You know, just in my opinion, it's better to over-own your shit. And then I think not even, here's what I would say, almost, I'm not going to say don't acknowledge that anyone else did anything wrong. That's not what I'm saying. But like just almost like a Bible thing. Take the speck out of your own eye before you remove the plank in someone else's. Like I would say after something ends, it's far more important to figure out what you did wrong and how to stop that, how to cut that out and not do that. And then you can go back and you can reflect and say, well, here's what I don't want for next time. It was this, it was this, it was this, it was this. Like right now, I'm focusing on the things I'm fucking ashamed of that, you know, as a partner and a father that I did. And that's it. Because I'm not going to put that shame on anyone else. That's not anyone else's shame to have. If, you know, just because I'm ashamed of something doesn't mean anyone else has to be. So, to me, going, owning your own shit first, that's the way. I think you're going to be better off that way, especially in your next relationship. And if she's going to be younger and hotter, I was only kidding. SH says this teacher seems to be doing okay. He's asking questions to help the kid clarify his views. That's what they're supposed to do. Yeah, and he got fucking fired for it. J Bra says, I'm still here and I'll be here tomorrow, but today's show has been an 8 on the boring meter. Do better, Tubbalub. I thought today's show was really good. Shit. Papa Dan says they're held intellectually hostage by the dumbest people in their group, and they can't call them dumb cunts because they don't want to hurt their fifis. Yes. Bobby Baloney says the objective is property theft, Aaron. The emotional crap is just the means to an end. They whine like this because it works. Arguing with their whining is irrelevant. T. Jefferson says, talk about arguing from emotion. Exhale, Aaron. John Domingo says, so this teacher was fired for actually teaching. This is exactly how teachers should teach. This guy should easily get a job. Yes, of course. Michael B. says, no change. I can change. I can change. I can change. But I'm here in my mold. I am here in my mold. I don't know. Is that a song? And I fucked that up. God damn it. The student is Melton's origin story, but in Melton's case, he whined that To Kill a Mockingbird was too racist. Would he do that? I would hope not. I would certainly hope not. Tridio with $4.99 says, no way, bro. And then Thermodyne Diesel with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, pal. We've knocked out today's goal, and we are $10 ahead now. Bjork with 99 cents. Sid Seraph with 99 cents. Thank you. I appreciate it. Trying to catch up with the chat here. Not going to lie, if this is a college teacher, I bet he has some students trying to hook up with him, says Phantom X. Eric Estrada from Chip says, notice how Aaron started implying the Dabbleverse is cringe, which it is, but he only started doing this since Carl started dunking on him. Oh, no. I have been saying the Dabbleverse is cringe for some time. You haven't been here long enough, Eric Estrada. Oh, sit on down and welcome. Corn Diff says, this is a big decision. I'm going to need at least another half hour to decide. Well, Corn Diff, somebody decided for you, unfortunately. Aaron, look up Apex Legends. No, thanks. I'm good. I'm busy now. I ship prizes to people. I work on show stuff. I take care of the house and the yard and stuff. I got to be honest with you. I've got a free 18 holes with cart at Blackberry Ridge, and I really want to go golfing today. But if I don't go to the gym, I really am just a fat shit. John Jamingo says, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? Is that what it is? Is that what I thought you removed the fuck? I hate it when I screw up the Bible, especially since I went to church on Sunday. April's Parents Hobby Farm says, are you ashamed of your running stride? I would be. Yeah, that's part of it. Part of it's the running stride, for sure. T. Jefferson says, you Catholic, this is a lot of self-flagellation. No, look, I fucked up my share of things. That's for sure. And I just want to own them. And if I'm not, there's a lot of it I can't be like super honest with you guys about. I don't want to hurt anybody else. So again, I'll speak for me, and I will speak until it, basically I'll swing my fist until it lands on the tip of somebody's nose. Put it that way. Tony Lopez says, I spent $5 on Rumble. Oh, thank you very much. We're $15 into tonight. Thank you, guys. Tone Lope with $5 says, here's my tribute. What a guy. Tridio says, Aaron's fourth wife is going into third grade in August. Okay.
It's time to stop making decisions, buddy, okay?
Oh, that was really funny. Jericho says, I have a feeling once the paperwork has been filed, your shit is going to blow up again. No. That's not nice. That's not a nice thing to do. That's not a nice thing to do. Hawk Not Top Gun says, you're welcome for helping with the goal from one of the morning pours. Thank you, Hawk Not Top Gun. Appreciate you. Killer Beehive says, Aaron's been wrong about this for a while. Wrong about which one? I found this show through WATP when you were a guest. Yeah, it was very good. Apparently, I'm a fucking asshole now. Bubble Popper says, Aaron, you have been in the Dabbleverse since you started going after Chad. What is? I mean, I've kind of floated above it and kind of observed. Chelino says, I'm here from the DV, and look, I've worked my way up from earning a wrench fair and square. Yeah, he's here from the Dabbleverse, and he became a big fan. Orange Goblin says, the goal experiment was successful. Tomorrow or this evening, try not mentioning it all and see what happens. Challenge accepted. Let's do that. Eaton Clam says, scouting for puss at church. Nice move. Did I be lying if I, oh my God, I've got a bunch of people rolling shit in here. Thank you, Brett. Thank you. I don't know if this person wants me to use their name, so I'll go into the actual PayPal. And here we go. Okadoke. Thank you to, it's going to take a minute. Sorry, guys. Thank you to Paul for $7, and thank you to Chris for $25. That's very nice of you guys. That puts us another 30 in. What is that? That's an even 50 into tonight's goal. Wow, holy shit. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. You guys are the absolute best. Aaron going to church to meet a church lady. They're saying I'm scouting for puss at church. I don't know. You know what I do? I smile and I say hi to people. That's what I do. Your show is going to blow up. I mean, dum. Thank you, Jericho. Appreciate it. It's supposed to rain tonight, but it's already looking like it wants to rain now. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says Aaron buried Chad so bad that Chad literally faked a crime to frame Aaron, then admitted he wouldn't have confessed if it weren't necessary. It is, hey, what is. Smokeout Prod says sometimes you have to look at your past actions and admit you were acting like a narwhal. Was a narwhal. I'm a narwhal. We talking about the whale? Yeah, look, man, I did shit I'm not proud of in my relationship and you know, life in general. And I didn't do enough to keep a healthy relationship together. I'll admit that 100%. My end of things, I didn't do enough to keep a healthy relationship together. Let's go ahead and go to the phones. Hello, sir.
Aaron, great show as always. How you doing today?
Thank you. Good. How are you?
Listen, I'm just kind of an armchair therapist here, but 2 failed marriages before the age of 40. Have you ever considered maybe you were married to the wrong gender?
Oh, shit. You think that I might be a homosexual?
Well, that's probably, if you ask the chat, like that's pretty unanimous. But it's getting you to realize it. Your adventures at night, sneaking out, coming home smelling like other men's cologne. Like these things are detrimental to a healthy relationship.
But I'm promising you I don't do those things.
We're all friends here. We can keep up this charade all you want. However, we all know what goes on. There are pictures.
No.
I'm just giving my advice. You could take it, you could leave it, but also lose some weight. Bye.
Thank you. I would have a few questions, but I guess, well, that's not how helping is supposed to work. 217 this morning, by the way. Yeah, I got to get my chubby ass to the gym. Hobo chili recipes got me doing planks now. Because he made fun of my midsection. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck him. We're planking now till we tighten everything up. Dr. Silverwolf says, well, hold on. That's 2 marriages in 20 years. That's a wife for every 10. That's not terrible, says Silverwolf. Producer Roberto says, who are you trying to convince, Aaron? Yeah, Michael B says core work. That's what it is. I have to do core work. Planks are great full body exercise, says Beanie Urza. How long? Okay, I don't want to tell you how long I do each one. How long is enough? Like, how long is it like, okay, that's good. And like, honestly, if you guys tell me what the real number is so that so that I can admit to you whether or not I'm under or over. Like, what's a good plank? How long should you hold one plank for it to be like, hey, good, that's one set of a plank? Till it hurts, then go 30 seconds more. Somebody says 5 minutes. Oh, fuck. So you're saying 60-second planks are not doing Hawk Not Top Gun says, I think Army standard is 2.5 minutes. Keith Sartell says, until you come. Oh, okay. So probably about 2 to 3 minutes. King Kong Dong says, until I get a massive rod. Until your dick touches the ground. PJ says, have you ever tried 6-minute abs? No, 7. 7 is the key number here. 7 C's, 7 scrolls, 7 chipmunks twirling on a branch, eating lots of sunflowers on my uncle's ranch. You remember that old children's tale from the sea? Step into my office. Why? Because you're fucking fired. Wall sits are good all-body workouts. Yeah. Eric Estrada says, ignore the time-based suggestions. Do 3 sets until failure. Oh, so yeah, fuck the timing. Just plank until you can't planks no more. I get it. I hear you, buddy. 2 to 5 minutes? All right, so I've been doing not quite long enough. Okay, well, I know what to do today. And that is skip leg day, motherfucker. All right, let's get back into things. Let's keep going. We got a couple more stories left. And then I'll come back and I'll hang out with you guys in a little bit. Yeah, I'm not. I took a look at some weather, by the way. I'm not golfing today. Okay, good. That takes the temptation totally out of my hands. Reich Marshal Klaus Barbie says 52 seconds. That's hurtful. It's not funny at all. In the town of Savage, Minnesota, Shauna Larson says that her daughter was given a black eye because some mostly peaceful Muslim girls thought she was an infidel. All right, well, here, let's take a look at this. And let's find out, maybe there's a chance she was being an infidel. I don't like that when people just blame Muslims for, being loose cannons and attacking people. We never stop for a second to go, well, wait a minute, maybe this bitch was being an infidel. Maybe she had her hair out. Maybe she was being promiscuous. Maybe she went outside without a man's permission. We don't know these things. So let's find out what this whore was doing that a bunch of Muslims felt like they had to beat her up.
Is demanding answers after she says her 9-year-old daughter was jumped on the school playground.
Okay, 9's a little young. We'll start with that. So point in the victim's side, I think, in this one.
Disturbing details of the attack next.
Oh, shit. Oh, wow. This is fucking dramatic. Alpha News
Shauna
gets
Larson
after
is
it.
my guest. Shauna, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate
I
it.
automatically don't
happened to-
trust this fire-haired bitch's account of what happened. I think it's got to be a little, little bit of truth lies in between, I think, on this one.
Your daughter, who is just in 3rd grade, a couple of weeks ago now, she attends an elementary school in Savage. Let's just start there with what happened. And
Oh, yeah. Got attacked by a bunch of muzzy girls. Yeah. Here in Savage, Minnesota. Yeah, every time she came out, they'd yell, Allahu Akbar, and they'd punch her in the cunt. Yeah. Cunt punting a girl for just wearing her hair out. Yeah. Keeping the hair down to about shoulder length. Very reasonable. Yeah. They'd yell, Allahu Akbar, up to God, Allah, and Muhammad, blessed be his name as his prophet. Yeah. And then they'd punt her in the cunt. Yeah, I say they'd punch her in the vagina. Yeah. Headbutt her tits and bite her shoulders. Yeah, that last one kind of got me hard. It's in Savage, Minnesota. I can't help myself.
how you first heard.
Yeah, so I went to pick my daughter up Monday on the 29th after school, and she was with her teacher and her principal, and the teacher and the principal were both approaching my vehicle with her, and I was kind of like, oh, well.
She looked like fucking Rocky Balboa after the first fight with Apollo. She's like, I can't see nothing. I got to open my eye. Cut me, Mom.
That's a little pretty out of the norm. So I was kind of curious of what was going on. And they had came up to my vehicle and informed me that there was an incident at school that day. Wanted to make it very apparent that my daughter didn't do anything to cause this, that this had been a calculated incident, and that they were still investigating what had happened, that they would be reviewing footages, but ultimately that she had been attacked on the playground by 4 other students in her grade.
Holy shit. In her grade. So that means that 4 third graders just whooped the shit out of somebody. I didn't really think you had that gene in you in 3rd grade. Like, were you whooping people's asses in 3rd grade? First time I got punched in the face was 4th grade. We were playing football on the playground. I ran up behind someone after the play was over, and I gave him 2 forearms right to the back and knocked him down. It was a total cheap shot. He stood right up and punched me right in the eye. Kind of deserved that one. But that was 4th grade, and I had to instigate it. 3rd graders just ganging up and whooping ass, that's new. These kids have to decide, are you guys going to be like genderqueer pussies, or are you going to be like gang-jumping badass motherfuckers? Like, we got to decide what we're going to be here, kids.
And what do you then come to learn, Shauna, their reasons for attacking your daughter, again, who is just 9 years old?
I ended up learning within the next couple of days, well, partly that day, and then over the course of like the next 3 to 4 days, that this was due to her race and her religion, because she wasn't Muslim. So that was pretty jarring.
I don't know. I think I'm trying to not believe this because part of me kind of wants to believe it, so I'm kind of being skeptical for that reason. They just randomly picked out your daughter for not being Muslim. It's fucking Savage, Minnesota. There's a lot of not Muslim people there. Are they ganging up, whooping the shit out of people? There was something else that happened. Somebody here, dude, it's kids. Somebody said something back. It got shitty. People got beat up. I don't believe that it was just Allahu Akbar, you're not a Muslim. This just sounds like what the kid told mom because they know what mom wants to hear.
To hear.
So these girls that attacked your daughter are Muslim, and they said they could not be friends with her because she was not.
Correct. And they had been friends all year long up until the day this happened. So
the fuck did your daughter do to piss him off? Come on. Come on. They were friends. Now they're not friends. And then they they jumped her in, blood out, blood in, blood out. Come on. This is what I was talking about earlier with my thing that's going on right now. Own your shit. We'll worry about their shit later.
Up until the moment this happened.
And I understand you're not even fully aware of the severity of your daughter's injuries until the next day when she starts to bruise.
Yep. So me and her stepdad take turns bringing the girls to school. So that morning when he was bringing her to school, he noticed that she had a black eye and he immediately took a picture of it. When she had came home that day, I just kind of looked her over and she had bruises on her arms and a bruise on her back, bruises all over her legs, in addition to the black eye.
What has your daughter told you about what took place?
So she originally told me that they pulled her down by her hair and started punching her and kicking her. She tried to get up. And when she tried to get up and go for help the first time, and I believe it was the first time that they had gotten her on the ground, that she was trying to fight back. And they had told her that if she hit them or she touched them, that they would hurt themselves. And
they would hurt themselves? Okay, good. Then in that case, wham, 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 start throwing punches. What are you talking about? If you touch me, we'll hurt ourselves. Cool. Do heaven, not hospital. Go along the tracks, not against them.
Tell the teacher that she had hurt them. So
cool,
she
fine.
just told me, so all I could do there is
I don't
lay
buy
there,
this
Mom.
for a minute. This is not how it went down.
Then she had tried to get up and get away, and they had grabbed her again. And
I'm sure that this mom believes that she's telling the truth, but I think she was sold a bill of goods by her kid. There is so much missing in here. So much missing. Like, oh, they were friends this whole time. Okay, so there was shit talking or gossiping or something that girls do that happened that caused these three to get pissed at your daughter. By the way, Magic 8 Ball says Aaron's next ex. No, thank you. But they were friends and now they're not, and then they just beat the shit out of her, and it's just like, and how specific the story is, like she got up to punch them and then they said they would hurt themselves and then she said, I don't know. I don't buy it. Dub says, I'm in DC, no BS. The most dangerous gangs are kids under the age of 14 in groups of 12 plus, serious danger. I've seen them crack skulls. Oh. April's parents' hobby farm says those R-heads should start their own school instead of sucking off the taxpayer dime. Ryan Watson says, I call bullshit story, and it's not Allah Akbar. It's Alan's snack bar. Get it right. I apologize, and I will be more culturally considerate in the future. I heard, Tigger next door says, I heard she had a bird bath that they wanted. See, now that could have been it, but we didn't hear that. We didn't hear that part of the story. King Kong Gong says she went to school the next day and had Paul Dano playing in the background. Run, run, the patty roller gets you. Run, run, well, you better get away. The Smokeout Prod says, women are so boring telling stories. It's a story about a fight, and my brain tapped out 20 seconds in. Thank you. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, holy shit. Are we really just, it's a story about one kid just beating the living shit out of another kid, and you're sitting, I'm bored. like you're reading War and Peace, for God's sake. All right, we got time for one more. Then we'll hang out. Then we'll get out of here. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me test it. You know what? I don't think the ribs are ready for contact today. I went back and I sparred last Thursday. And I don't know if I don't think I really got hit. It didn't feel like I got hit in the body very bad. But I think just all the movement and everything else, like my ribs have been a little worse this week. Ribs, this is my first rib injury, and I got to be honest, it's just, they're the fucking worst. They're so frustrating because you get to that point after like 3 weeks or a month. Like I'll be at 6 weeks this Saturday since I got hurt. And like the first 3 weeks, everything just hurts. Like you're just like, ow, fuck, this is uncomfortable. But then after that, it's like walking around feels okay, and then just certain movements or laying on that side of your body starts to hurt them. But you start feeling better, you start feeling better, you start feeling better. And then just something, you'll turn a certain way, you'll move a certain way, whatever, and it'll fuck you up again. It's really frustrating. They just, the rib things, they linger and they linger and they linger. And it's awful. I hate it. Hirohito Diff with $19.99. Oh my God, we're at $65 into this evening's goal. Hirohito Diff with $20 says, it was not clear to me that our course was unjustified. Even now, I am not sure how historians will allocate the responsibility for the war. That, of course, Emperor Hirohito. Thank you, buddy. And also that puts Emperor Hirohito at 160. That means Hirohito Diff is still at 160. He is 60 ahead of Victor. In second place is Hirohito Diff. Sid is in first place with 270. Holy shit. Aaron, if you don't have a sing-along at the roast, I won't go to the 11th year one. As long as you all give up your cameras before we sing that song, yes, then I will do one. How's that? You guys agree to give up your phones. I'll do a clap sing-along. Red Fox Mad says, awesome show. I love the solo shows. Oh, so does Lance. Lance, by the way, who I love Lance. He started out as a guy who he was very skeptical of me. And now he's a fan. I like it. Oh, Sid Seraph is right. He's at $270.99. Caller, go ahead.
Yes, hello, Fatty. I mean, Aaron.
That's
hi,
not very nice
sir.
to start out with
Hello?
Fatty. Please don't start out with Fatty.
You said planks. Is it planks or franks that you're doing?
I'm doing planks, not franks. Thank you. This asshole called Hobo Chili Recipe guilted me into it.
Oh God, he's an asshole.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard he was very fat too, and ugly and Italian. Oh God,
Yeah.
those goddamn Italians, they're very scary. Okay, well enjoy your franks. Bye.
Thank you. Well, they're planks, but they're not franks. It's almost like they don't listen to me. I don't feel respected. J Bra says, what song will Aaron and Gino sing at this year's show? Probably something really macho is my guess. Dude, the only song I'm singing at karaoke right now is that fucking Post Malone and Morgan Wallen song. Suck my dick. That song is awesome. I had some help. It's my fucking anthem right now. I listen to that song and I'm like, yeah, right? Have you guys been listening to I Had Some Help by Post Malone and Morgan Wallen? Because I feel like you're not doing your show homework if you don't. I know a lot of our audience will go, it's gay. It's a gay song. It's fine. I've been digging deep now into Post Malone country music covers too. Because I like Post Malone now. I'm a Post Malone guy. Somebody says it's almost like you're getting old, Aaron. That could be part of the rib thing. J-Bra, or Michael B says, make weight while pissing blood. You have to hydrate. Smoke Out Prod says, if the co-host isn't going to have an emotional breakdown, I absolutely prefer solo shows. I mean, I would rather that's not what we had to do. Bjork Erickson says, are you going to send out my gift certificate today? You didn't throw in your fucking 20 for Stonies, you son of a bitch. How dare you? Please don't, Tridio says, please don't let Nick be the MC for the 10th anniversary show. No, I think Corey Adam will host the roast. I think that would be a good idea. I think Corey would be a great roast. Would he be the roast master then, or just the host of the thing? Mikey says, yes, Aaron, whites get attacked on the regular these days. Open racism against whites is accepted and championed. I don't disagree with you, but what I'm saying is I do believe that this woman was full of shit. That's all. Stop. Be careful saying asshole around Aaron. He'll want to peg it. Thank you, Tridio. Chris says, donated on PayPal over on Rumble, asking if I could get one of those $50 Stonies. Yes, we will get it out to you, Chris, but that's the last one I have. And we'll get that sent out to you. Just make sure you contact me and get me your information. I can mail it out. Ryan says, can I bring my shoes and my glasses? Yes, you can bring your shoes and your glasses. Officer Krupke says, post-op Malone. That's disrespectful. D. Gulag says, it's a gay song indeed. Smokeout Prod says, what if you replaced the boot with a steel foot? Because it would have steel toes. Look at you being a marketer. Fauci's Pangolin says, I have an announcement. I'm also divorcing April. Hey, wait a minute. Scarface says, Aaron and Gino are going to sing the Kid Rock version of Take My Breath Away while looking in each other's eyes, very gay-like. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Airplane on Fire. I'll check that out. Oh, my God, and we have a Genghis diff. We have a Genghis diff, and we're $100 into tonight's goal. Genghis diff with $49.99 says, I am the punishment of God. If you had not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like me upon you. Dude, Genghis diff is going to be a fucking banger of an account. Because I'm sure there's some Genghis Khan quotes that are heinous in nature. You need a backup just in case Corey stops responding to your texts. Ex-April's Parents Hobby Farm says, are you going to keep April's strap on? There's no strap on. K-Fall in the Great says, Aaron, next time just remember jerking off in the closet watching wearing a Batman cowl is a bad idea. Michael B says, Genghis was a G. He certainly was. I'm excited for Genghis Khan diff. That's for sure. Oh, shit. We're out of time, guys. I'm sorry. And plus, you're restricted. You'll say the N-word. I can't take your call. All right. We're going to get out of here. Thank you guys very much for such a generous day. And the morning crowd got $100 into the evening crowd. Thank you so much, guys. We're going to have a great end to the two-a-days tonight. Thank you so much. It's going to be me solo for the evening show as well. And then Keanu is going to be joining us tomorrow for the program. So be sure to tune in for that at 6 a.m. But 7 o'clock tonight, we've got the evening show. Hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you so much for supporting the show, and we'll talk to you soon.